What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios, or not the TDS Sports Talk Studios. See, that's what I'm used to. We are actually in my cave, the Kasper Cave, brought to you by Tanglewood Greens here. That's what we're going to be doing for the next few Fridays. So, going to be doing the show from the Kasper Cave, brought to you by our good friends from Tanglewood Greens Golf Course, and actually, actually going to be golfing over there a little bit later on today too. So it'll be my first time golfing at Tanglewood Greens. Anybody that has golfed there before, give me some tips and such. So, but nonetheless, thanks for joining with us or tuning in this morning and joining us on this Friday morning, the final Friday before or final Friday of the month of May. What do we have on the game plan for us this morning? Well, after an off day yesterday for the Brew Crew, Brewers are going to be back at it, taking on the Houston Astros. We get Coleman Crow for another start for the Brew Crew. So Coleman Crow is getting another opportunity. It'll be interesting to kind of see how this plays out here for Coleman Crow. Does he have a chance maybe this time to stay with the ball club, depending on how well? I mean, the dude has pitched really well when he has been up for the Brewers and such. But maybe with Brandon Sprode, kind of a little bit of an up and down sort of thing here too. Maybe there's an opportunity for Coleman Crow to stay on the Major League Ball Club. Could this be another opportunity for him to do that? We'll see. But nonetheless, he gets another opportunity to impress. So he'll get the start today for the Brewers as the Brewers are looking to finish the month of May, continuing their hot streak. I mean, this has been an awesome, awesome, awesome month of May for the Brew Crew. So they have a chance to really kind of finish this off on a high note. Speaking of Brandon Sprode, he's going to get the starts on Saturday and then on Sunday in the series finale before the Brewers begin the month of June. Brewers are going to be throwing out Mr. Jacob Mizorowski. So we'll preview this series and take a look at it and break it all down. But also, speaking of a little baseball and such, MLB. So we know this. We know labor agreements. We've talked about it for a while. We've talked about the possibility of maybe a lockout and such. Well, reportedly, Major League Baseball has already sent a proposal to the players' union, and for anybody who wants a salary cap, that's what Major League Baseball has proposed in their initial offer. So according to reports, Major League Baseball proposed a salary cap of $245.3 million. $245.3 million. Also, a salary floor of $171.2 million. Now, this is just a proposal and such. But with if you heard my kid in the background, I apologize. He's yelling at one of the dogs. But with this salary floor proposal, again, this is just a proposal. It's nothing there's going to be a lot of negotiation and such. But just to kind of use this as a basis, if this salary floor was in place, these are the teams that would be below the salary floor: Marlins, Guardians, White Sox, Nationals, Athletics, Cardinals, Rays, Pirates, Twins, Rockies, Brewers, Reds, Royals, Mariners, and the Orioles even too. So that's a big chunk of teams that are below the salary floor right now. That's a big chunk of teams. So interesting to I'd be curious to hear, or not to hear, but to hear from, or to see, excuse me, to see the reaction from some of these other teams. So you get a salary cap, but also you get that salary floor, which we've talked about off and on, and I think a lot of fans would like to see at least the ones that have chimed in, would like to see a salary floor for a lot of teams, especially small market teams, or maybe for the Brewers and such. So with that, yeah, Brewers would have to spend more money. They'd have to spend more money based off this proposal. This isn't. Odds are this isn't going to be what's I can't see the players union right away saying yeah we'll agree to that and sign up to that and all that stuff. But interesting to see that that's the first proposal, the first step. So definitely Major League Baseball wants that salary cap, and they want that salary floor. Your thoughts on that when you see that kind of range, if you will. So we'll go through this a little bit more coming your way. Also, we'll do a little inside the trading room. We'll catch up with Dr. Crow in just under an hour from now, so we'll chat with him. We've got Brandon Berg, who's going to be joining us, which we're going to talk a lot of Brewers, a lot of baseball with Brandon, and curious to get his response and reaction from this proposal too, which, by the way, is a 7-year term that would begin in 2027 and extend through 2033. So it would be a 7-year proposal. And plus a 50-50 split of revenue, and addressing the issue of blackouts through centralized media and revenue sharing reform are among the highlights of this Major League Baseball proposal. So lots to get into here with this, but we'll talk more detail probably too with Brandon on it. Speaking of Mr. Berg, we'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So we got that coming your way. I know we've got some playoffs going on for baseball and softball and that, so we'll break it down with the experts in-house, Mr. Brandon Berg. But we got that. We'll play a little Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. So that'll probably be coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll get to that. We've got a little cream of the crop that we got to get to. So if you want to join in, if you want to send over your cream of the crops, please do so. All right, just text it on over on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the YouTube video chats. Hit us up with a message in the Section 105 chat over there too. May throw a little football chat in there. Nothing really in terms of the pack and the green and gold and such, but I know there's. Well, we'll ask Brandon since he's and maybe even Dr. Crow too, since there are Vikings fans and such. But I know there's maybe a little bit of drama with Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy because they were asked about each other, and you got a couple of different answers from those two quarterbacks and such. So maybe we'll get the reaction from B and Dr. Crow on that too. But hey, NBA playoffs, the Spurs even it up, so we do get a Game 7. Spurs taking down the Thunder last night, so we get a Game 7, which I know a lot of you may not be the biggest NBA fans, but this Game 7 might be appointment viewing for me because these two teams have battled it out against each other during the regular season. This has been a back and forth game or back and forth series throughout these playoffs. We get a Game 7. Game 7, I don't care if it's hockey, I don't care if it's basketball, I don't care if it's baseball. Game 7s are epic, and I got a feeling that this is going to be another epic series. So tomorrow night, we got Game 7 for that. And then we've got, the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Hurricanes, if they win tonight against the Canadiens, they're going to be moving on, where they'll be taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. So that's kind of where everything's at in terms of the playoffs that are currently going on right now. But let's get things going here, shall we? We'll get the leadoff underway here. We'll talk some Brewers baseball to get things rocking and rolling here this morning. Coleman Kroll gets the starts for the Crew tonight. Another chance for Coleman Crow to impress his ball club and maybe make the case that he should stay with the ball club instead of getting called up, called down, called up, called out. I think a lot will depend on Brandon Sproat and his performance tomorrow, too. And then, of course, we got Jacob Bizarowski getting the series finale on Sunday. So we'll talk some Brewers as it's another NL-AL matchup, a quick trip down south here for the Brew Crew. So let's get at it, shall we? We'll take our first break, and then the leadoff coming up after these quick words. Hey, we know summer can get pretty busy. You're doing a lot of things. There's a lot of things on the schedule, but sometimes you just need to maybe chill out on a weekend, relax, take in some of the fine weather, summer weather that our great state of Wisconsin provides. And where do you go to maybe just get away, to relax, and has a good view, some good beverages, some good music, some good food? It's easy. It's the VFW Post 305. Our good friends, the VFW Post 305, located on 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire every summer Saturday. If you're looking just to relax on a Saturday evening, Saturday afternoon, you can hang out on their back patio. It's a gorgeous view over there. You can take in the view of the river, watch their raptors, the resident raptors, not the dinosaurs, okay? Just in case birds, all right? Hunt and fish, grab a beverage, enjoy some live music from so many of our local musicians out there. Plus, the VFW Post 305, they're going to be featuring food and drink specials. And you know what? If you're like, man, but I want to hang out with the pup, I want to bring the dog with, you can. All right. The four-legged friends are also welcome. So every summer Saturday, of course, weather permitting, from 3 to 6 p.m., live music happy hours on the patio at our good friends, the VFW Post 305. So, if you're looking to kind of just relax on a Saturday afternoon and such, but um, head on over to our good friends over there. Great food, great beverage, great music, all that fun stuff. But let's so we got a lot of people kind of already chiming in on the Major League Baseball proposal. So let's maybe lead things off there a little bit before we preview some Brewers and Astros and such. Um, so we've got Rando from Chippewa Falls right away saying, I like the salary cap and floor in Major League Baseball for things to be more competitive. I don't think the players will agree to this at all. Sad how many teams have to increase pay to reach the floor. Mike says, good morning, happy Friday. You listed off 15 teams of baseball that were below the proposed salary floor. My question for you is, do you think that number is a little high? And if it is a little high, will we see some of those teams start going up for sale? We always talk about sports being a business at the end of the day, and if you can't make money at your business, you have to move on. I think that's a good point. I think maybe some of those teams, yeah, they might go up for sale. I think that's a legit possibility. I think that's a good point, Mike. I know Mark Ananasio just recently, I think it was a couple weeks ago and such, kind of said that they're not even looking for investors in the team. Now, maybe things could change. There's definitely things that could change. There's no question about it, like more investors in the team and that sort of thing. But um, you know, of these, so there was, just to kind of recap it again in case you missed the opener, Major League Baseball has made its initial CBA proposal to address the competitive balance. Now, Major League Baseball came out with a statement too, and this is what they have to say. Baseball has gotten stronger because we listened to the fans and made necessary changes on the field, like the pitch clock, to quicken the game and ABS challenge to get the most important calls right. The biggest issue we need to solve next to continue to grow the game off the field is fixing the payroll disparity unseen in any other major U.S. sport. Ultimately, the game is about hope and competition, and too many fans in too many markets have too little hope that their team has a fair chance to win. Interesting that they use the word hope in this thing. Hope. Because, yeah, I think about it from a Brewer standpoint. They're in first place right now in their division. But when it gets to the playoffs, do you have any hope that they can beat the Dodgers and such? I think that's kind of what it boils down to, hope. So I don't think that was by any happy accident that that's the word they used to describe that. But anyways, they continue to go on to say fans overwhelmingly support a salary cap and a floor like in the other leagues because they don't believe a $446 million spending gap from top to bottom is a fair fight. Our salary cap and floor proposal levels the playing field while sharing baseball revenue with the players 50-50 as we grow the game together. Further, by sharing media revenue equally as part of our proposal, we can address another top fan concern of local TV blackouts. We look forward to working with Major League Baseball Players Association during the bargaining process to continue improving the game for the fans. So, again, the proposal is for a 7-year term that would begin in 2027 and extend through 2033. A salary cap and floor, 50-50 split of revenue, and addressing the issue of blackouts through centralized media and revenue sharing reform are among the highlights of this proposal. So, salary cap and floor is probably the biggest thing that fans are curious about and interested in, right? So, according to this proposal, the salary floor would be set at $171.2 million, meaning that 12 teams would be required to increase payroll by a combined $617 million to meet the floor. Those 12 teams, based on the 2026 opening day payrolls, are Marlins, Guardians, Rays, White Sox, Cardinals, Nationals, Pirates, Twins, Brewers, Athletics, Rockies, and Reds. That's from MLB.com, but the one that I referenced a little bit earlier was from Bob Nightingale. So I don't know if it's kind of different right now. Yeah, Front Office Sports also included the Orioles, Mariners into this one here too. So kind of got a couple different references there, but this one is from MLB.com in itself. So those would be, if we use MLB.com's numbers, those are the teams that are below the salary floor. The salary cap for 2027 would be $245.3 million, meaning that 8 clubs, the Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Blue Jays, Phillies, Red Sox, Padres, and Braves, would be required to reduce payroll by a combined $578 million. Salary cap and floor figures would utilize competitive balance tax payrolls, which include benefit costs consistent with the current format. The proposed salary cap would be slightly higher than the current CBT threshold, which stands at competitive balance tax, which stands at $244 million. According to the league, the salary cap and the floor system would create a more even playing field, giving Major League Baseball greater flexibility to address some of the players' long-standing concerns regarding the reserve system, which ties a player to the club that originally signed them for the first 6 years of their Major League career before they are eligible for free agency. MLB.com also, and again, this is from MLB.com, so know the source. Over the past decade, Major League Baseball's regular season and postseason have been dominated by large market teams, with nearly 80% of the teams in the League Championship Series, 85% of the teams in the World Series, and 90% of the teams to win a championship have come from a top 15 market. Since 2012, only one team from a bottom 15 market has won the World Series. That would be the 2015 Royals. While the NFL had 5, the NBA 7, the NHL 7, have all seen smaller market teams win it all under salary cap systems. So, especially this week, we were talking a lot about how, looking at the division leaders right now in Major League Baseball, and could that be an argument that Major League Baseball wouldn't like? Because if I'm the Players Association, the argument would be, well, look at your division leaders right now. Brewers, Guardians, right? Athletics are up there. Yeah, it was like 4 of the 6 division leaders were all smaller market teams or small payroll teams. What would be the counter argument from Major League Baseball? There's your first hint. They're looking at other leagues as the example. They brought out those numbers. They brought out postseason numbers of not just making the postseason, but the teams advancing to the championship series, to the World Series, and ultimately winning the World Series. Those are the numbers they're using, but then they also reference the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL, saying, look at those leagues have had multiple teams from smaller market areas that have gone on to win championships. So that's the counter argument, our first hint of a counter argument from Major League Baseball. And it makes, in my opinion, as a fan, it makes sense. You know, I'm a fan of a smaller market team in the Milwaukee Brewers. Would I like to see a salary cap? Yes. But more importantly, too, would I like to see a salary floor? Heck yes. Absolutely. Force your teams to spend more money. Force your teams to spend more money. The NFL, with their salary cap, is a little bit different because, just to kind of make it generic and such, they've got like a 5-year average sort of thing where they have to spend a certain amount, is it like 90% of their salary cap on a 5-year average? So that's why you see some teams. It was like the Patriots a couple of years ago where they just spend a crap ton of money. They got a lot of money, and instead of holding on to it, we're okay, owners could keep it. You got to spend it. It's like a 5-year average of spending 90-some% of your salary cap. So I like the idea of a salary cap floor now, or salary floor. Now, I don't know how the Players Association, I think the Players Association would be in favor of a floor because it's forcing teams to spend more money. Cap, I still don't think I don't think the Players Association is going to be in favor of that. That one to me is going to be the big sticking point. Now, the revenue share of 50-50, that may not seem like a big deal to a lot of people, but I think it's a fairly big deal too when it comes to these negotiations and such. Another way for teams to make money, ultimately for players to pocket some more money too. But I also could see a scenario where maybe that salary cap is, if they do, if somehow they agree to a salary cap, I could see it being higher. I'd be curious to see if this does get implemented, and those 8 teams, they're going to have to cut some salary, right? They're going to have to move on from some players. I'd be curious to see how this would work for teams like the Dodgers, who have deferred so much money, right? The Ohtani contract. The Ohtani thing is the biggest one with all that deferred money. I'm not going to pretend to be a math expert. I am not a math expert. I hate math and that. But that would be one thing that I would be really curious about, is to see how that would play out. Because a lot of these contracts too, so this would go into play next year if we say that this is going to pass, which it right now the initial proposal is probably not, more than likely not. What about all those other contracts that are deferred? Those payments, how does that factor into it? Does that mean then that, all right, in 5 years, because like the NFL has the dead cap and the salary, we talk about those, right? Okay, you can't release a guy if you sign a guy to a 5-year, $150 million contract, $200 million contract, whatever. The NFL has made it so you can't release that guy after 1 year without taking a hit on your salary cap, without taking a little bit of a penalty. It's not easy to move on from a player after just 1 year. You have that dead cap hit. We talk about dead cap hit a lot in the NFL. So I'd be curious to see if Major League Baseball would have something similar to that, because Major League Baseball we see a trend of players signing long-term contracts. And when we say long-term contracts, they're double-digit years, right? Or they're up there. Would this be, if they don't have like a dead cap system, then I could see teams really moving on quickly then from players, after 1 year or 2 years. Okay, look at the Brewers, for instance. Look at Ryan Braun. When he signed that long-term deal, fully guaranteed contracts. That's the other thing I'd be curious about with player contracts, if they're going to be fully guaranteed in that. But let's use the Ryan Braun contract as an example. So many Brewers fans wanted to see the Brewers cut ties with Braun because of that contract, because they were paying him a lot of money and he wasn't performing. If Major League Baseball doesn't have like that dead cap thing, well, Milwaukee, it would be easier to move on from a contract or from a player like that. So I think there's some more of those fine details too that have to be figured out, because players are going to want probably some protection from those teams that they can't just move on from them right away and cut ties and kind of lose their cash. So that'll be one thing that I'm kind of curious about to see how it plays out too. All right, we got to take a quick break. Continue to send us your thoughts. Hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912 or hang out in the Section 105 chat on our video stream. We'll be right back after these few words. market. So if you're looking to fire up the grill on this weekend, the final weekend of May, head on over to our good friends at Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. All right, let's talk some. We'll got plenty more reaction, plenty more talk about the proposed salary cap from Major League Baseball. So we'll get to plenty. We'll get to that here, but I want to preview a little bit about Brewers and Astros tonight, since we've got Coleman Crow back on the mound for the Crew tonight. And obviously, when you look at these lineups with the NL AL matchup, there really isn't any experience between these two teams. But we'll see if the Brewers can finish the month of May off continuing on a hot streak, because this May has been absolutely epic for the Brewers. It has been a fantastic month of May. And, we kind of highlighted a lot of it at the beginning of the year, that there was a tough stretch of games, especially in the middle portion of the month. And right now, you got to tip your cap. If we were to grade the month of May, not to get too far ahead of ourselves because we're not quite done yet, but if we were to grade that, I mean, it would be an A, B plus, A. I mean, you sweep the Cubs, you sweep the Cardinals, you sweep the Yankees, you take 2 out of 3 against the Padres, that close to sweeping them. So there's a lot to like there. There's no question about it. But Coleman Crow has another opportunity tonight to impress and maybe continue to make the case on why he should stay on the Major League Ball Club. Obviously, he is playing a position of great depth right now for the Brewers and getting another chance, though, because of injuries with Logan Henderson on the injured list. But last time we saw Coleman Crow was back on the 15th against the Minnesota Twins. He went 5 innings, giving up 3 hits, 1 run. And then before that was April against Miami. So this has been a guy. So in his 2 games, he's got a 2.61 ERA. He has struck out 7. He's pitched a little over 10 innings. But in his 2 games, he's been impressive. When we look at what's the big thing that stands out with Coleman Crow, it's the breaking ball, it's the curveball, right? That's the pitch. That's the pitch that everybody kind of keeps talking about. And he was really impressive in his game against Miami, and then followed it up with another solid performance against the Twins. And I think this is a chance for him if he goes out there tonight and he has a similar line. Let's say he gets through 5 and only allows 1 earned run, or maybe a couple of runs, and just puts his team in a position to win. And a lot of pressure then I think is going to be on maybe Brandon Sproat in the following starts, which is tomorrow, because Brandon Sproat, I think it's fair to say he's been a little up and down this year. He's had some good moments, and we know that he's got some really good stuff, but it's the consistency part of Brandon Sproat. In 10 games, he is 1-3. He's got a 5.84 ERA. He's coming off of a loss against the Dodgers, and I get it, it's the Dodgers, but 4 innings, 3 earned runs, and you look at it, I mean, it's not awful. Cubs on the 18th, and these are some. Let's not bury the headline here either. His last 3 games were against some really good teams: Dodgers, Cubs, Padres. Heck, his last 4, Cardinals. Last 5, you go Diamondbacks. But he finished the month of April in 5 games. He had a 4.94 ERA. And so far in the month of May, in 4 games, he has a 4.50 ERA. And the biggest thing I think for Sproat is that kind of third turn through the rotation, or third turn through the lineup card, excuse me. When that lineup flips over for the 3rd time, that's where I feel like we've seen the majority of his struggles, whether it's fatigue, whether it's the lineup that is just kind of maybe finally figuring him out a bit. That's where it seems like has been the biggest issues for Brandon Sproat. And maybe it's just this is what he is right now in his first season with the Brewers, is a guy that is probably only going to get you 4 innings, little over 4 innings, maybe 2 times through that lineup, and then it's kind of almost a piggyback type of start after that. But I think there is a little bit of pressure now on Brandon Sproat to kind of go out there and just kind of showcase some consistency. Back on the 6 against the Cardinals. All right, it was a no decision, but he went 4 innings, giving up just 1 hit. Did have 3 walks, and that's been a thing too that has kind of been an issue with him so far this season too. He hasn't gone through a game where it's been clean. I mean, his best performance in terms of the walks department and maybe his best game overall, you got to go back to April 16th against Toronto, where he pitched 6 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 6 Ks. That was a game where I think a lot of people said, okay. In the 3 games prior, he was struggling a little bit. It's like, okay, that's the talent that the Brewers obviously see with this guy. That's the potential there. And since then, after that Toronto game against Detroit, he went 5 1/3, gave up 3 earned runs, issued a couple walks. The 29th against Arizona, he went 4 1/3, 4 earned runs. That St. Louis game, he went 4 innings, 1 hit, 0 earned runs, but 3 walks. It's the consistency and the control have just been the biggest issue so far for Brandon Sproat. So I think this game on Saturday and, potentially going forward is going to be crucial for, I think, Brandon Sproat to maybe keep that starting spot. Maybe he can be a better benefit for this team when it move it to the bullpen when guys start to come back, like Brandon Woodruff, like Logan Henderson and such. And then, I mean, what do we say about Sunday starter Jacob Mizorowski? He's the dude's going for his 6th win of the season. I mean, can he finish the month of May on another high note? Now, if it wasn't for Christopher Sanchez and what he's doing with the Phillies, we'd be talking about, or I think the national talk would be even louder for Jacob Mizorowski in the month of May that he's been having. But Christopher Sanchez has just been lights out, literally lights out for the Phillies in the month of May too. But since we are Brewers peeps, the month of May for Jacob Mizorowski, 5 games, 4-0, a .29 ERA, 1 earned run. He has a chance to finish off this month on an absolutely epic note. And this would be, I would have to imagine, at least in Brewers history, one of the most dominating months from a starting pitcher. If he goes out there on Sunday and performs exactly the way that he has been performing so far this month of May. I mean, I don't know what else we can kind of preview with the Miz. I'm just curious to see, and I'm excited to see if he can pitch at the level that we've seen so far in this month. Can he pick up his 5th win? Does he allow an earned run? That's the question we're having right now with Mizorowski. Is he going to allow an earned run in this game? Or is he going to continue to be lights out? That's the exciting thing about this. All right, we got to take another break as we start to wrap up the first hour. Coming up in the second hour, we'll kick it off. We'll chat with Dr. Crow for a little inside the training room, like we normally do every Friday morning. And then after that, Brandon will be joining me in the Kasper Cave here to finish up the program for the next 3 hours. We got some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. And we got some cream of the crop and then some AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. So we'll take a quick break and start to wrap up the first hour. We'll be right back after these quick words. Sitting here in the Kasper Cave and can't help but admire the carpet and the tile that we got. Was it a few years ago now from Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire? So, with Father's Day coming up next month, if you're looking for maybe an idea to really spoil Dad this year, how about some new flooring in his man cave, or maybe just some new flooring in his favorite space in the house? So if that kind of piques your interest, or maybe you're just listening, you're like, hey, you know what? It's not just for Father's Day. We just need some new updating floors in our space. Go visit our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire. And if you're not sure what would work the best in your space, what would look the best in your space, because that was kind of the deal for me. I was like, hey, what would work best with this? And with the basement floor and such, they helped us out. So we got a combo of some carpets in the man cave portion and the game room, and then the tile and kind of like the kitchen bar bathroom area too. So they can do the same for you if you're not sure what would look the best or what would work the best in your space. So check them out again, Carpet City Flooring Center right here in Eau Claire. The entire team is absolutely fantastic to work with. You can check them out online at carpetcitywi.com or stop by the store themselves. They open up at 9 o'clock this morning. Just go check them out at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. All right, just a few minutes left until the top of the hour, so we'll kick off the second hour with a little Inside the Training Room, brought to you by our good friends from Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dr. Kroll will be joining us, and with OTAs going on with football, we've got some players recovering from injuries and still, and obviously Green Bay is one of those teams. So we'll talk to Dr. Crow about some of the recovery process and news updates on where like Micah, Tucker, etc. are all at. So then after that, Mr. Berg will be joining us. Mr. Brandenburg will be joining us. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center, probably coming up a little bit later on, maybe in the 8 o'clock hour. And then we'll do some AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. Plus, we've got Cream of the Crop coming your way. So if you want to make your Cream of the Crops, you can. Just, again, hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or you could join in on the Section 105 chat on our YouTube video stream. So send in your Cream of the Crops over there. But plenty more Brewers talk as we get set for this series against the Astros, the Houston Astros, to wrap up the month of May. Just kind of taking a look at the Central last night. You had the Cubs did get a victory, even with Paul Skeens on the mound. The Cubs were able to get a 7-2 victory last night. So. But Paul Skeens, 5 1/3, only one earned run, struck out 10, but did issue 3 walks on there too. So, but we got a big series. If we're kind of just doing a little scoreboard watching in the NL Central, I know it's, we're not even halfway through this baseball season yet. But if you do want to do a little scoreboard watching and kind of paying attention to what the other teams are doing or who they're playing. You got a big series starting today between Cubs and Cardinals, where the Cubs will be visiting the St. Louis Cardinals. So Cardinals coming off of a sweep against the Brewers. They probably want to obviously take out some of that frustration and aggression against their main rival, the Cubbies. Cubbies, after having 10 losses in a row, now winning their last 2 against the Pirates. So that should be a pretty darn good series, considering where the NL Central is at in their standings. So, but again, Brewers will be taking on the Astros. You can catch that game right here on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. That first pitch is going to be around 7:10. Coverage begins 35 minutes prior. So looking at a 6:35 pregame start for tonight's Brewers game. Saturday's game is at 3:10. And then Sunday's game will be at 1:10. Then the Brewers, it's a quick trip down south to Houston. Then they'll be back in Milwaukee to open up a 4-game series welcoming the San Francisco Giants to town. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off here at about 20 seconds. So we got some news updates, and then coming up, we'll kick off the second hour, do it with a little inside the training room with Dr. Crow. We'll probably touch on quite a few updates on some of the injuries in the NFL world now that we've got OTAs going on and such. And then Brandon will join me right after. All right, quick break for some news updates, and we'll be right back after these few words. All right, hour two kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, whether you are listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM, or checking out the video stream on YouTube. Maybe you got your smart devices like your Alexa or downloading the app. Multiple different ways for you to be tuning in, streaming it on the website too, sportstalk1051.com. We've got some local sports roundup coming up here in just a little bit with Mr. Brandon Berg, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll get back to some more baseball talk and previewing the Brewers and kind of recapping the first proposal from Major League Baseball about a salary cap. But hey, we kick off this hour like we normally do. Even though we're doing the show from my man cave, we're still able to catch up with our guy, Dr. Austin Crow. I hope, Dr. Austin Crow, can you hear me okay? Well, let me try this again. How about let's do this? Maybe not. Oh, Austin, are you there? Maybe. Let's try this again here. See, gotta love technology. So it should be going. I'm not sure what's going on here. All right, bear with us as we try to figure this thing out here. Let's what do we got? How about now? Can you hear me okay, Austin? No, something's not working. All right, let's see if we can get Austin coming up here in just a second. So, gotta love our technology trying to figure this out. So, be patient. We'll do a little inside training room, hopefully coming up here in just a skosh. So, but let's see if we can somehow get Austin potted up here because he could hear me. And let's try this again. We'll give Austin a quick call here. Let's try this again. So, all right. See, now you can probably
Hello?
hear. There we go. How about now? Can we hear Austin?
I can hear you.
Oh man, I can't. All right. Well, let me try this. How about now, Austin? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, I can hear you now, dude. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
Gotta
Better
love.
than technology.
Exactly, man. Gotta love it. So, hey, well, let's start off with a little football because we've got OTAs going on. So we've been actually hearing about some players coming back to practice and such, and a lot of guys that are recovering from ACL injuries. And I want to start off with the Packers side of things. And obviously, the big one is Micah Parsons, and you got Tucker Kraft, who are both coming off of ACLs, and Matt
Mhm.
LaFleur kind of hinted that Tucker Kraft might be able ready to go before training camp starts, but Micah maybe starting the season missing the first few games. And I know we've talked about it off and on once in a while, but maybe kind of a good recap. Everybody's going to ask why is somebody so far ahead? Like Patrick Mahomes is already practicing a little bit at OTAs and such. Is it just based off of the player's own personal health? I mean, there's no really rhyme or rhythm to time of recovery for every player, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's a super complex topic. I mean, so there's a lot of things that go into it. Certainly, what is the exact injury pattern? That's probably the biggest thing. And so, interestingly, with Mahomes, he had not just an ACL, he also had what we call post quarter injury. So it's interesting that you'd think that would actually be a slower recovery, not a quicker one. And his was relatively late in the season as well. I mean, there's a certain element where it's just simply timeline, where generally speaking, we won't let athletes do much before the 6 month mark. And after that, it's a little bit more individualized. So there's some guys that you feel like, hey, we can push things a little bit. And it also looks at what you're trying to get back to position wise. So I think Mahomes rolling out in the couple passes, handoffs. One thing you try to get a wide receiver making cuts and pivots, or a rush end or a tight end cutting, pivoting, much different stresses on the knee.
So, yeah, and then, the Micah Parsons one too, because I think everybody did almost Adrian Peterson ruin it for everybody because of his insane recovery and
Yeah.
such.
I mean, yeah, to come back with an MVP season after that is just, I mean, unrealistic for 99.999% of the world. So, yeah, I mean, it's often a discussion that you have to have with the athletes. Like, look, we need to have realistic expectations coming in, because sometimes if they get behind, they feel like they're failing in some way, and you just got to let them know, look, everyone's recovery is different, and the last thing you want to do is have a re or nine where all of a sudden they're not able to get back to sports because they retore it, and then all of a sudden you're hitting the reset and you're talking about a revision ACL, and that's a much bigger complex problem. So yeah, it's a tricky thing to get people back from these injuries in a way that you want to get as fast as possible, but most importantly, as safe as possible.
There we go. There we go. I just shut my mic off here. So, Marshawn Lloyd is another guy for the Packers that a lot of Packers fans are kind of curious about, especially with the Josh Jacobs issue going on. And Marshawn Lloyd has been dealing with hamstring injuries almost every single year. And he did individual drills, but the team is electing to not have him do team drills so far. I mean, how frustrating is in your world is hamstring injuries because everybody says bubble wrap the guys and such, but I mean, it seems like they're being very, very, very cautious with this player who the last 2 years has dealt with a hamstring pull or a hamstring strain.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, they're fickle because they're not easy to predict. And once you get in this setting of a recurrent injury, it can be hard to break out of that rut. So, the nice thing is that tissue does heal, but as we've talked in the past, it doesn't heal with normal muscle back to muscle, or if it's the muscle tendon junction, muscle back to tendon. So inevitably there's scar that develops and that creates a weak link, if you will. So they are certainly more predisposed to injury. Now, these guys are getting obviously the best treatment you can get in the sense of conservative care to try overcome that. But there's some people that just have an area that just because there's scar there, it's now a weak spot and they're really, really likely to have a re-injury. And so sometimes you'll see a guy who just has injury after injury. Um, and there are some things you can try to do. So guys will get, PRP or stem cell injections, kind of cutting edge stuff, quote unquote. But there's not a great amount of literature to support that. So you're trying to take a shot in the dark a little bit. But on the whole, people tend to bounce back from these. So you'd expect him to as well. But once you see a guy who's had recurrent injuries, it starts making you say, "Uh oh, we may have a problem that's not going to go away quite as easily."
So when it comes to like these OTAs and like a lot of teams and a lot of players getting back on the field for these teams for the first time and such, is it pretty normal to see these teams, in your opinion, to be extra cautious because it's only May, towards the end of May, to be very careful with a lot of these guys coming back from injury?
100%. I mean, it's a risk benefit ratio, right? So if you're in a playoff run, people are willing to push it and say, all right, let's say you get re-injured. Well, so be it because all the cards are on the table here. It's the playoffs. When you're talking about OTAs, training camp, all that stuff, absolutely, they'll come in with kid gloves. So we're talking limited minutes, limited reps, modification. So those are things that teams will do routinely in a way to try to get them back and get some exposure because you do have to test it too. You can't just go into those seasons and say, well, let's see how you do. We didn't have a chance to have a trial run. So that's one of the things that OTAs and training camp are for is to help the injured guys kind of essentially rehab.
Go. So before we go to a couple baseball ones, since we're on football, I got to ask you, Minnesota Vikings quarterback situation. I know, like from a national perspective, there's like, oh, JJ said this and Kyler Murray said this. Is there a little bit of a discord and such? What was your reaction from both those guys' comments yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously watched that clip. I certainly JJ comes off a little more immature on that, and he is. I mean, he's only been in the league a couple of years. Um, I don't think he said anything egregious, but I think when you put it in the kind of the counterpoint of what Kyler was saying, where he's like, "Yeah, we're in this together," and JJ, I think his line was, "We're just two students on the opposite side of the room." Um, it definitely creates a very different vibe as how you interpret it. So, do I think JJ is going to be best friends with Kyler? Clearly not. But you can also can't fault the guy for being like, look, we're both competing for a starting spot, and so you have to understand that that's his mindset. But yeah, I think Kyler certainly had a better polished answer. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's what it felt like for me too. And I think some people were kind of comparing it as JJ trying to be like too Tom Brady ish and that. I'm like, okay, I think that's a little bit of a stretch there. Oh, did we lose you? Are you still there, Austin? No, we lost Austin, I think. Let's try this again. So I think I accidentally hung up on Austin. Let's try this again. There we go. Sorry about that. We lost you. I think I accidentally hit the hang up button on you, bud. So,
Oh, that's all right. So sorry, what I missed your question then.
no, I was just saying, I think a lot of people were kind of like comparing JJ to, like, is he trying to be too Tom Brady esque and that with his comments? And I'm like, I think that's kind
Yeah,
of pushing it a little too much.
yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he's a younger guy, and I think he's probably feeling defensive, right? They brought in a guy that's going to compete with him directly, and so you have to understand that kind of mentality of like, I'm a competitor. I'm going to try win this starting spot. So I have to say he probably feels a little bit more threatened as opposed to the other way around. But again, Kyler had a better answer from a team perspective and a camaraderie perspective. But I would tell you, if you really got the behind the scene look, I bet you Kyler's thinking the same thing. Let's be honest.
So let's go to baseball here. Brewers pitcher Jared Koenig, who is apparently coming close to maybe making his return, and kind of want to give a little bit of a timeline. Back in early April, he was placed on the injured list due to an elbow strain and left UCL damage. The team opted to attempt a rehab and recovery program without surgery. End of April, he was cleared to resume throwing. So May 26th, just a couple days ago, he completed a live bullpen session. He's expected for a rehab assignment in Nashville. When we see an elbow sprain and left UCL damage, is that a partial tear or a tear of that? That is it. Tommy John issue, Austin?
Yep. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So by definition, a sprain is partial tearing. So there's different grades, of course. Presumably, this is very low grade. So not to imply that's not potentially problematic, but if it was a moderate to high grade, almost certainly he'd be getting a either repair or reconstruction. So a lower grade one will often opt for this attempt at rehabilitation and see if we can get it to kind of calm back down and get, because it's such a long recovery from the surgery. Now it's effective and has a high rate of success, but still, if you can avoid doing it, you're better off. So I'm assuming they felt it was low grade enough where they said, let's take a run at it. And what you'll do is you'll basically shut it down, let it rest, and then you'll start building up some of the muscle around the elbow and see if you can kind of compensate.
So is there any possibility that he could make that worse? Like, I don't know if this is the right way to say it, like tear it worse or make a complete tear of that?
Oh, sorry, Dan, you're kind of breaking up. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I was just asking, is there any way that he could possibly maybe tear that worse or make it like a, I don't know if this is the right way to say it, like make it a bigger tear or make it a bigger issue if it's involving the Tommy John ligament? Oh, all right. We must be having some technical difficulties and such with the phone. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll bring in Mr. Berg here. Actually, I think we got Austin back here. So let's
Yeah.
try it again.
Can you
Okay.
hear me this time?
Yeah, I got you. So
Okay.
I guess
Okay. Gotcha.
the last question I had, Austin, was
Yeah.
with with that injury to Jared Koenig, is there, and I don't know if this is the right way to say it, is it possible that he could tear that thing worse, make it worse,
Yes.
or anything like
Yes.
that?
Yeah, yeah. So we see that, I don't say commonly, but you give this a try to rehab it and see how it goes. But there are times where that ligament has some structural damage, and then often there's some issue with the pitcher's mechanics or how they're throwing that put them at risk in the first place. And if that's not resolved, it's going to come back. And so we see guys that take a run at this rehab, it fails, and then they get that repair reconstruction down the road. So certainly not like a super tenuous situation, but I would certainly put him at high risk compared to a pitcher without a history of issues.
So is really the only benefit then to rehab it and try to go out there is just because the guy wants to play this year?
Yeah, timeline. Yep, exactly. So if you wanna avoid surgery, keep playing, and some people do. I mean, it happens. There are guys who have an issue with the elbow, and it's a low grade injury, and they're ultimately able to get back and play without ever having the reconstruction. So it's clearly better. I mean, I tell all my patients, if you can avoid surgery, you're better off. That's just always the case.
I got to ask one more question. I know it was a hot topic last week when we were talking about Jacob Mizorowski, but people keep asking to ask you about Jacob Mizorowski and,
Mhm.
and such with his with how hard he throws. And I think I can't remember if it was you that we talked about it, but you compare it to a Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens he's bigger bodied and such. And you look at Mizorowski, he's tall and he's lanky, maybe a little like Randy Johnson, body type and
Mhm.
that. And I know on the telecast the other day, they were talking about his long stride, and he's a little bit of a longer stride pitcher compared to a lot of other ones on that front knee. So, we talk about elbow injuries and shoulder injuries with him. Could there be a potential because of his long stride and his height that maybe there's some knee issues if he's putting a lot of problems on those knees?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me? All right, so we must be breaking up here with Dr. Crow. Tell you what, let's take a break. We'll get Brandon Berg in here this morning. So we'll take a quick break and be right back after these few words. Whether you are chasing a championship or just trying to stay active, your body deserves the best care. And at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, they help athletes and non-athletes alike get back to doing what they love, from sports injuries to joint pain. All right. Again, apologies for some technical difficulties chatting with Dr. Crow here, but we'll get her figured out for next Friday and get the good doctor back on. Luckily, there wasn't a whole lot of injuries to kind of talk about and such. So, but or maybe we just need to get him in studio like our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, who is sitting across from me. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, man. This is the first time in my man cave, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I know there's a lot of Packers stuff in it, but thoughts?
I like it. I mean, there's just a lot in general, and I like that.
A little bit of a different vibe, or a little bit of not vibe, but a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a couple other things coming. I got football helmets, but I think I'm going to splurge, Brandon, and I think I'm going to get a Brewers full-size helmet. I need some more baseball decor. I need a little bit more baseball decor.
I like the globe.
See, so that was Hudson's, and it was from Grandma, but he didn't want his room, and I'm like, well, I need it for my little sophisticated library corner.
There you go.
To put that on there, but yeah, got a little bit of everything. Goosebump collection right above you. Goosebump book collection, the entire collection. Yeah. I suppose you want me to have the TV on so we can have Unsolved Mysteries playing on in the background like I promised you, probably. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But no, well, thanks for coming by and hanging out with me in here instead of on the phone, because obviously you could tell that wasn't working the greatest right away this morning. So we'll hopefully figure. I got a new board, I got new equipment, and it's on Bluetooth, so I'm trying to figure that stuff out there. But we'll get her done. So, but hey, let's lead off talking, Brandon, some baseball, and I want to get your reaction from the initial proposal for Major League Baseball with the salary cap, the salary floor, which I think those are the biggest things. I know they talked about 50-50 and revenue split and all that stuff, but this isn't. Now, I can't imagine the players' union is going to sit there and say, yep, we agree, to it right away. But I think it's interesting to hear how they worded it in their statement, and they kept using the word hope, for fans to have hope and, for other teams. And they came out with the 80% of the teams in the league championship series are higher market, higher spending teams, because I was curious, what's their argument going to be when you see right now the standings and so many small market teams on there? What was your kind of thoughts on that first proposal?
I mean, it's nothing that was too surprising. I think owners are going to want a little bit more in the way of, I guess, salary consistency. And look, I mean, there's give and take on this, because obviously for a lot of these owners, it's going to mean spending more money. But if there's more money kind of coming through, I do like the idea of there being a salary floor. To me, that's very important. If you're going to ask for a cap, you have to ask for a floor too. You can't allow certain ownerships to kind of continue to basically operate on the cheap and make money. So I think that's important. So I think that was kind of the biggest thing for me. You mentioned the 50-50 split, and that was on TV revenue, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Which is also big too, because I mean, we know, I forget the exact money for the Dodgers, but I want to say it was like in the 300 millions per year, something like that, versus I think this year even it was kind of shown with like St. Louis that it was like 20 or 30.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that's a ridiculous amount of difference in money.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, those are things that I like. I mean, obviously, like you said, a long way to go. I mean, this is going to be kind of negotiated, I'm sure, partly through the court of public opinion, where it's kind of a back and forth. We're gonna we'll bring this up, and then the other side will bring this up, and they'll just kind of be back and forth. But I'm glad we're starting to hear this stuff now, just to get the conversation going. Even if ultimately we don't get it, there's no deal before the end of the playing season. Like, at least it's kind of out there.
Right. The thing for me too, and I'm thinking long term is, it would start in 2027 if they approved it, which again, I don't think we all think they're going to magically say, yep, we're good with this and go on. I'm really curious to see what about these players that already have long-term deals and how does that affect? Obviously, you look at the Dodgers and Ohtani. Like how does that figure? And the other part I was trying to figure out too, Brandon, was, and this is getting into weeds here a little bit, but would they also have something similar to the NFL in terms of dead cap? With the guaranteed contracts, but that's the big thing, is that baseball players have guaranteed contracts. But because I would think this is something that the players would want, is protection, so a team can't sign a guy to a long-term deal and then release him after a year without any financial ramifications from the team. And I'm sure this is something that they're probably talking about. But that's the other part. It got me wondering too, because of all these long-term deals that we see in baseball. And the example I went to was, let's go to Ryan Braun with that contract he had with Milwaukee. If there was no guaranteed, or if there was no ramifications to release a player, that would be an example of a team saying, all right, thanks, bye, we're getting out of this contract.
Right.
And that'd be something I'd be curious about, and how that would work with these players that have the deferred money like the Ohtanis.
Right. And I mean, even Ryan Braun still has deferred money, but
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's not, those are two different examples, because Ohtani's that's where pretty much all his money is coming from. It's going to come to him well after the fact, versus Brian Braun gets paid, I forget the exact money, but and Christian Yelich is the same way too, where well after they're retired, they're going to be getting a check in the mail every July. We talk about the Bobby Bonilla thing every July, but that's far from the only player that happens to. But you're right. That's going to be something that's going to be interesting to consider, because, and I think the other thing that we won't know this about until the time comes is, the interesting thing with football is right now their salary cap is going up so much every year, because the NFL is getting flooded with so much extra money because of these media rights deals with the Amazons and the YouTube when they were doing games and stuff like that. Like, is that something we're going to see with baseball?
Right.
So but for now, all we can.
Yeah, are they going to increase salary caps every year?
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
Or does it stay relatively flat? Like, football goes up quite a bit, but I don't think like hockey goes up that much.
Right.
And right now, I mean, obviously the NFL is kind of the cream of the crop, so to speak, when it comes to just kind of its standing and the money it's pulling in. But baseball's on a really good run right now.
Yeah.
At least popularity wise,
Right.
We'll see the next time they have to renegotiate some of these media rights deals and stuff, how that goes. But yeah, I mean, that's why this isn't there's no simple solution, because this isn't a simple question.
Right. And, I know Mark Anasio, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, made a comment, I think it was in an interview, like they're not looking for more investors, they got a plan for the future. But then, let's say they do have a salary floor. The Brewers are right now below that salary floor. Maybe that changes that mindset, saying, okay, we got to spend more. We might need more investors that way.
And, we don't know how much the revenue sharing might help them get towards that.
Right.
But yeah, and again, I like that idea of needing a floor. If you're going to tell people they can only spend so much, well, then you make sure you tell them, okay, but you also have to spend so much. Like,
right.
So that's going to be very interesting. Something I had seen kind of talked about, and I don't think it was really a part of this, but something I thought was a very interesting idea, and maybe it's just because I'm a Brewers fan and they've been successful, is like the option of almost finding a way to reward like smaller market teams that do well.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like just basically incentivize winning, especially for those smaller teams to kind of go for it more, to, spend a little more, even though obviously the Brewers are not one of the bigger spenders, like incentivize being good.
Yeah. So I didn't even think about that. That's interesting. Now, then you open up almost a can of worms. What do you define as good?
Right.
What's that? Is it a win threshold?
Yeah, is it playoffs? Is it certain standing?
Is it improvement from the year prior?
Right.
Something like that.
But I mean, and the example I'll use right now is Pittsburgh ownership, Bob Nutting, who is someone who, if you kind of keep an eye on Pittsburgh, like fans are not happy with him as an owner, because feel like the Pirates should be spending more than they should. Like, that's a franchise that should have for a long time, and I don't know if it's the case anymore, but there's a stretch of almost like a decade or more where the biggest multi-year contract they handed out for agency was to Francisco Liriano, and that was more than a decade ago.
Yeah.
Like, you would think at some point that would change, but you want to see these owners not necessarily of the smaller market teams. Obviously, this is an issue for the Dodgers, the Mets, and stuff, where you want to see these owners less concerned about maximizing their profits and more concerned about fielding a competitive team. Now, don't get me wrong, it probably helped the Brewers a little bit that for many of those years the Pirates weren't doing that, and then maybe the Reds weren't doing that up until recently. But for the good of the game, that's what you want to see.
Right. So we had a texter this morning when we were kind of talking about it in the first hour or two. He threw out the question, and I think it's a really good question, something I never thought of either. And it's kind of related to what you were just talking about. Could we see more owners selling teams if they have to spend a minimum amount of money?
Possible, but I will, even if there's a bit of unknown with this, I will go back to the idea of across all sports. But whenever you see someone sell a team, they're not losing money off it. Mm-hmm. They're not even coming close to losing money off it. There's a reason that when someone puts a team up for bid, there's always a bunch of people willing to do it. And when you see all these owners of these teams, vast majority of these owners have made their money doing something else. Mm-hmm. And they are not going to get involved in any sort of thing where they maybe end up losing a lot of money because they're smart. Mm-hmm. They understand kind of risk. They understand, okay, is this a good investment? Am I going to get a return on my investment? Am I going to make some money off this investment? And I think that if you did see some of that you would see some, millionaires or, in a lot of these cases, I'm sure billionaires jumping at the chance to kind of get involved.
Right.
Because they know there is a lot of money to be made on professional sports.
Right.
As an owner.
Yeah. We'll have more on this. A couple things. Paul, the sign back here, Etsy. And then Surveyor's got a question for you. He's only got time for one. It's for you.
Okay.
So I'll give it to you right now. Since you called him out last Friday.
I did.
He said, "Good morning, guys. So sorry I've been slacking on your trivia. I only have time for one question. So, Brandon, can you name the 10 Brewers with the best on-base percentage in a single season?" So think about that.
Okay,
for a while.
So I'm assuming this is 10 different players.
That's what I would assume.
Okay.
So we'll give you some time to think about that.
Okay.
But we'll take a quick break here. Plenty more baseball talk as Brandon and I are hanging out in the cave, brought to you by Tanglewood Greens, where Brandon and I, hey, you don't have to unplug that anymore, man.
I don't?
No, the new board, I just shut it off over here. So how about that?
You saw me a little quick on the draw here. So.
I did. So, but Brandon and I are actually going to be golfing a little bit later on at Tanglewood Greens. Now, have you been there to cover golf?
I've never been there before.
I've never been there either. So
no, because there was a stretch where it was closed, and obviously they're back open and stuff. No, I've never been there before, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. So, all right, we'll take a quick break and back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. We are back from the Kasper Cave, Brandon and myself here. Hey, if you need to maybe with school getting ready to close for, I shouldn't say close for the year, end the year. Is that the right
Conclude
way?
the year.
What's that?
Conclude the year.
Conclude the year. Thank you, you and your words. But if the kiddos are going to be home and spending some more time at home, and you need to stock up on the food pantry and such, well, go visit our good friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Take advantage of their latest sales going on right now because they have a 99-cent sale happening for 3 days only. We talk about this once in a while when they only do a 3-day sale. And they got one for 99 cents. 99. We're talking about a dozen eggs. We're talking about, some sour cream Powerade drinks, especially with warmer weather. And if your kiddos are maybe playing some baseball and softball, that's a heck of a deal for 99 cents. You got some, there's this flyer is huge. Just go to the Hy-Vee Facebook page and check out this 99-cent sale going on for 3 days only. So starting today through the 31st, the last day of May. And as always, when you do shop at Hy-Vee, take advantage of the fuel perks so you can save some money at the gas pump too. So thanks to Brent. Brent, I've been seeing the messages over there. But or Brett, I say Brent, same thing, Favre. But Brett giving us a little bit of a scouting report on Tanglewood. I might have to check my bag if I have extra golf balls. So this is the first time I'm golfing this year. I have not even swung a club. It's been all baseball. I haven't had a chance, so we'll see how it goes. But I might have to take advantage of their new driving range over there too with the trace tracker. That'll be cool too. But do you want to try the brewer? Or do you want to wait a little bit?
I've got some names down. I'm just gonna rifle through some of my head over the break, so we can do that.
Okay. Because Surveyor just sent them on over.
And this is one like maybe it's a good thing like we just do it now because maybe the longer I think about it, I'm gonna inspire just to go and see. So
yeah.
So yeah, this is top 10 brewers on base percentage in a single season.
Yep.
And the top 10 players, like I'm sure there's probably some repeats and stuff on here. So
yeah.
I will go through what I've got and we'll see where we stand.
All right.
Prince Fielder.
Prince Fielder is on there. He is number 4.
Okay. Thought so. Christian Yelich.
Christian Yelich is number 2.
Okay. Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun is no.
Okay. I'm honestly not too surprised at that.
He actually has a nugget about Braun on there too.
Okay.
So
Paul Molitor.
Paul Molitor is 1.
Okay. Greg Vaughn.
No.
Okay. Ricky Weeks.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Wow. Richie Sexson.
No.
Okay. I'm not doing super well here. Tommy Harper.
No.
Okay. This one I'm pretty sure about. Lorenzo Cain.
No.
I thought in 2018 he had like a 390 on base. I thought that would have found a way to be in there. All right. Well, then my last one's going to be Jeff Cirillo.
Yes, number 8.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go in
go
order.
Yeah.
Number 1 was Paul Molitor with a 438 in 1987. Christian Yelich, number 2, 429 in 2019. 1991, Willie Randolph, 424.
Ooh, I never would have got Willie.
Prince Fielder, number 4, 415, 2011. Sixto
Lizcano.
Yeah, 1979, 414.
Whew.
Dave Nielsen, 407 in 1996.
Aussie.
Kevin Seitzler, 406 in 1996. Jeff Cirillo, 402 in 1998. Jeremy Burnitz, 401 in 1999.
And I was, okay, but here, finish up.
John Jaha,
Mm-hmm.
398.
Because I was thinking, I'm like, I have a feeling a lot of those are going to be in the 90s because obviously the juice ball era, like, the numbers at that time are just ridiculous. I couldn't like pull the trigger on any of them. Like,
so he says Prince and Yelich would have been on here twice each, and Braun's best season was only ranked 16th.
That's not super surprising me because Ryan Braun never had super high walk rates.
Which is really close to 10 though, because in 2011, 397 on base. So if John Jaha was 10 with 398, that
okay, because and there was I said that. Wow, I'm surprised that the floor was 397. I thought it might have been a little lower. That's why when I thought of Kane, because again 2018, his on base was 380 or 390 somewhere in there. But okay, no, that makes sense. No, that was a good one.
That is a good one. By the way, Loch Ness Monster episode on Unsolved Mysteries right now, so look at that.
That's a box.
That's why they shaded it out so you can see whatever the heck that is on
Someone
there.
was storing the Loch Ness Monster in a box.
That to me, not to get off on a tangent, it is Friday. We get off on tangents. Loch Ness Monster is the one thing that is not real. I'm sorry. It's not. You're in a body of water. And I get it. The ocean is deep. But we're not even talking about this thing being in an ocean. We're talking about this thing being in a lake. And you're telling me you can't find valid proof of this thing? Ocean, okay. But we're talking about a lake.
Right.
Come on now. Bigfoot, real. Loch Ness, no. I'm skeptical. Too many of these videos are like otters or logs floating, and people think that they're Bigfoot or a Loch Ness Monster. So, no. Now, if you're telling me this was in the ocean, okay, I might be, I'd believe it a little bit more. But, anywho, hey, this won't be the last time we get on Unsolved Mysteries tangents coming up here. So, but we do have to take one more break before the top of the hour. I know we're running a little bit behind here and such. So. Next hour, we'll do some AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, and then we'll do Cream of the Crop, do a local sports roundup. I know it's been busy with you for playoff baseball and softball. Track and field, we're getting close to
track and field. We got sectionals today around the state. So
we got that going on too. So tell you what, let's take a quick break, and we'll start to wrap up the second hour, and it's already going to be halftime here. So we'll do that right now. We'll be back after these quick words. With it being summer travel season, if you need to get your vehicle serviced and up to date or just ready to hit the road, if you got some road trips planned, whether it's maybe vacation or some ball tournaments with your kiddos, make sure you go visit our friends at AJM Automotive Services. 2 locations right here in Eau Claire, whether it's an oil change, whether it's to make sure your AC is working for those hot days. Maybe you need some new tires to hit the road. They got you. They, as we've talked to John before from AGM Automotive, they could do it all. Whether it's small engine work too, maybe something happened with your lawnmower. Hey, they can. They've done that for me last year. My rider took a kaput. They were able to fix it. They've fixed my snowblower and such. So they could do it all. Just check them out online, agmautomotiveservices.com, and you can make your appointment on there too. So we only got a few minutes left to the top. We'll kick off the next hour with Cream of the Crop. We'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. But what was, I got to ask you, as we only got a few minutes left, and then we'll do local sports coming up next hour too. Your thoughts on the whole Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, is it getting overblown a bit? Does J.J. McCarthy come off trying to, I almost feel like J.J. came off trying to be too cool and too calm with it. That was my sense
Right.
of the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's overblown, probably a little bit because, well, it's May and the NFL needs to dominate every news cycle.
Yeah.
But I don't think he did himself any favors with that comment. So, I mean, and look, Kyler spoke like a veteran.
Yeah.
Like a guy that's been through it, that just knows, like, look, I'm just, even if, it's very, even if he doesn't believe what he said, he knew, okay, this is what I need to say. Like, hey, we're trying, we're going to work together, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
Like, but yeah, like, to me, that it was just maybe you've got one guy who's been in the league for 7-8 years and is a veteran and kind of knows the lay of the land a little bit and understands too. This is a big opportunity for Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
I mean, he just saw what Sam Darnold did a couple years ago, and look, the Vikings have pulled a lot of random good seasons out of their backside with kind of quarterbacks you don't expect.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one good year away from getting a good sized contract, be it in Minnesota or somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah, I that's just kind of what I would chalk it up to, is just much more maturity from the veteran, and a veteran in the room, I should say.
Kind of a preview, maybe pump the brakes full throttle here, but pump the brakes full throttle. Kyler Murray has a Sam Darnold type of year. If you're a Vikings fan, would you rather have them keep him and move on from McCarthy at that point?
I think if he has anything in the ballpark of what Darnold did 2 years ago, you can't really move on from him because you already did it once and you saw it happen. Like,
yep.
I mean, unless for some reason behind the scenes J.J. McCarthy was looking like peak Dan Marino or something, like it's almost like you can't do it again, right?
Right.
Like, because the thing you can say about Kyler Murray is he's had success in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown he can be a guy that can go out, win games, do things like. Yeah, it's still obviously early in McCarthy's career, but that's just something he hasn't been able to do yet.
Right. All right. We only got about a minute left until the top of the hour, so we got some news updates, and then afterwards we'll do Cream of the Crop. We'll kick it off with a little Cream of the Crop, and then we'll jump into AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. So, and then a little local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So, don't forget, you can still join in on the conversation. If you want, hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat room over there too. Yeah, you did, Paul. Etsy. That's where we got it. So that's where the sign, that one. The one thing I don't like about the sign so far, it glares too much. I've tried YouTubing it, try to get so that it just for this purpose it does. It looks fine in person. Video, it glares a little bit. So, but anyways, all right. Shot clock's gonna cut us off. There you go. We'll be back after these news updates. All right, halftime is over with, and we are on to the third quarter on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Appreciate it, whether it's online at our website, Sports Talk 105.1 or sportstalk1051.com, WYYradio.com. Got the app, download it, take it on the go. Got the video stream on YouTube. And, of course, the radio dial is 105.1 FM, 790 AM. We're going to do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Coming up here in just a little bit, we got an AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. But let's kick off with a little cream of the crop this morning. Brandon, give you the honors. Cream of the crop. Who is your pick?
I'm just going to go with the field for whoever wins the NL Pitcher of the Month this month.
Hey, that's a good one.
Because it is a pretty ridiculous group. Because, look, obviously we're very familiar with Jacob Mizorowski, and I'm going to go these numbers off of Nugget Chef on Twitter.
Chef?
Nugget.
Like nuggets.
Yeah. So here's the field. And we know Jacob Mizorowski this month has a .29 ERA, 49 strikeouts, and 31 in the third inning. That's pretty darn good. Christopher Sanchez not allowed to run in 39 innings.
Pressure's on Miz on Sunday, man.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani is an ERA of .95. Kyle Harrison, 4-0, ERA of .96. Chase Burns, 4-0, ERA of .1.19. Zach Wheeler for the Mets, 4-0, Phillies, 4-0, 1.38 ERA. Any of those guys would stand a chance to win the award and probably would win the award most other months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And 5 of those guys are not going to. My guess is going to be Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah.
How can it not be? You go a whole month, nearly 40 innings without allowing a run. Like, obviously we love what Mizorowski's been doing, but that is just a crazy, crazy, crazy set of production from those guys this month.
That's a really good one. I was just gonna kind of go with Brewers in general for the month of May, with what they've done so far, and sweeping the Cardinals, sweeping the Cubs, sweeping the Yankees, nearly sweeping the Padres. So I'll throw that, but I'll throw another one on here. The Western Conference Finals living up to the hype. We get a Game 7 tomorrow, so
we need once you get your hot buttons, you need to have the Zaza Pachulia.
Yep.
Game 7.
I still think it's whoever wins Game 7 is going to win the NBA Finals, and that's just no offense to the Knicks, because the Knicks have been playing really well. It's just I just don't see it playing out that way. So, but all right, those are our cream of the crops. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Brought to you by AJM Automotive. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Miz and Harrison, the best duo in all of Major League Baseball.
Ooh. I'm going to go full throttle. I'm trying to quickly rack my head like, okay, who could be better? And there's ones out there. I mean, I just said Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler are both shoving right now.
Yep.
But, I'll go with the Mizorowski-Harrison duo right now.
Mm-hmm. And,
I mean, you go back to the start of the year, and look, we thought, Mizorowski, the way he ended last year, we thought, okay, he could be good. Kyle Harrison had the prospect pedigree, but
it surprised me the other day, I think it was last week, to learn that Harrison pitched over 100 innings for the Giants one year.
Yeah, a couple years ago. Yeah, before the Rafael Devers trade.
Yeah.
So he's been in the majors a little bit. It's just that, for whatever reason, it wasn't clicking with the Giants, wasn't clicking with the Red Sox. Well, it's darn sure clicking right now with the Brewers.
Yeah. And is that just another example of Chris Hook and that whole pitching?
I think so. I think it's that whole pitching infrastructure. And I think the encouraging thing from his last start was he didn't have to strike out everybody to do it.
Mm-hmm.
He played the defense. Like, it's good when you can see pitchers go deep and have success in different ways.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna full throttle it too, because I mean, you can go Dodgers and pick Ohtani and somebody else on there if you wanted to. I mean, Cam with the Yankees, and maybe now Garrett Cole just came back, so I don't know if I want to put that on there. But there's a lot of good duos. But you talk about a back-to-back, literally back-to-back in their starts with Mizorowski and Harrison. It's fun to watch Mizorowski, and then it's like, okay, he sets the bar high, and then Harrison just kind of comes in. And it's like a few weeks ago, he was asked, how do you follow up Mizorowski? Well, he's doing a pretty good job of doing this. And, I mean, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle and this isn't a knock on him, but is it almost like Mizorowski has casted such a huge shadow that Kyle Harrison's just kind of overshadowed by what Mizorowski's doing, even though Kyle Harrison is doing such a fantastic job.
Full throttle. I mean, it's, it'd be one thing if Mizorowski was just pitching well, but I think the manner he's doing it it gains so much attention because, how hard he throws and how many people he's striking out. Like, it's not just that he's doing well, it's the manner of how he's doing well that it's so unique that, you can't help but pay attention. I mean, anyone that's longtime Brewers fans knows that, like, obviously the Brewers have had success and they've gotten attention before, but like with the attention Mizorowski is getting right now and rightfully deserved is different. It's like everybody's talking about him.
Yeah. Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. I'm sure you saw the Ken Rosenthal piece from a couple days ago, the CC, Sabathia, Tariq Skubal, Brewers sort of thing. So I got to ask, Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. Brewers, if he's healthy, would you inquire about Tariq Skubal?
I would inquire. Now because here's my thing. I believe that the Brewers should not shy away from maybe dipping into their farm system because inevitably, they're like, depending on the rankings, they're top 5. I think Baseball America might even have number 1. I forget, but like either way, they have a lot, and just numbers wise, not all those players are going to work on. Not all those players are going to, might even make the majors. Like, I think you have to go down that avenue, but I still think that if you were looking for what would make the biggest possible impact, it's still a bat.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of, as great as Tariq Skubal is, and say you sub in Tariq Skubal for Brent Sproat, let's just say. And obviously that's a gigantic upgrade, but it's like, how much better do you get that way versus, an impact bat, like a third baseman or something like that? Like, when seemingly every year the Brewers have fallen short in the playoffs, it's been because of the offense. It hasn't been because of the pitching. You look at the last several years they've been in the postseason, when they've inevitably been knocked out, what have we come away saying? Gotta get better in offense. Gotta get better in offense. Gotta get better in offense. Like, that's always been the storyline at the end of the year. To where, as fun as that would be, and a Skubal, Mizorowski, Harrison top 3, like, I'm not sure any other team could match that.
And then you throw maybe a Woodruff as your fourth on there.
Yeah, you throw Woodruff, or maybe that's a bullpen game, and you go with Chad Patrick and Shane Jerome, whatever.
Right.
Like, obviously you feel very good about that, but if your team's only scoring 1 run,
puts a lot of pressure on that pitching
staff.
It sure does. Perfect.
It sure does. So that's why, like, I would full throttle on inquiring, but I would still pump the brakes on doing it.
I thought the interesting part in Ken's piece was, about holding on to prospects too much, and he referenced like Baltimore as an example.
Overvaluing what your own prospects, and then look, again, not all of them work out.
Right. I mean, the one example might be like Lewis Brinson, right?
Right. And that, I mean, you look at that trade the Brewers made with the Marlins when they traded for Christian Yelich, like, it was a very fair trade as far as value goes. There was a few top 100 guys in there, but like, Lewis Brinson, Asan Diaz, Jordan Yamamoto, that's one other player I'm forgetting. But like, Brinson was a top like 30, 40 prospect. Asan Diaz was someone that was looked at as, this is an infielder with power, like, and it ended up being all time. Look, none of those guys worked out. But like, at some point you have to, like, when you have that much depth, you have to trade from it. Like, I just think, because otherwise you just have too much redundancy in there, where it's like, it's great that you have 6 shortstop and second baseman. It's like, but are you going to really need that? Like, at some point you have to supplement what you have right now.
Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. Is Jesus Mate untouchable?
Yes. Full Throttle. He would be one I would not. Like, you have to be smart about it. Like, but you have other guys in there, and then you also have unheralded guys that you probably think higher of than others. But Jesus Mate, now the #1 prospect in baseball by a lot of places, with some other guys graduating. No, he would not be moved. That would require, and I don't even know who it would be, but like, that would require,
you'd have to have control of that player.
Yeah, it would have to be a young star with years and years and years and years of control.
Right.
And the interesting thing too is, when you look at the ongoing labor negotiations for baseball, like one of the things that's been talked about is possibly players hitting free agency sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe giving up, teams having a few years less of control. That's something they're willing to give up,
Right.
Concede to get some other things like
a Bryce Ring probably would love that, right?
Oh,
So
sure.
he could get a
sure,
probably
but
a
even
bigger
like
contract.
like we've seen some of these younger guys, Cooper Pratt and so many other players from other teams sign these extensions early. The cost certainty, you're set for your life. But if you're one of these other guys like Jesus Money, you might want to wait because if suddenly, and I don't even know how that would work with like players that are already in the organizations. Like, can you just say, okay, can you just chop off a year or two of control at the end of a deal that's out there? But you might want to wait and see just because you might be set up in a much better spot a year from now.
Right. By the way, Jesus Mate, this was from Brewers Player Development Twitter yesterday. He is the youngest player in Double-A and has an 80% contact rate, 75th percentile, and only a 15% K rate, 96th percentile. His 2026 line, all 86 or higher percentile in the Southern League, 353 on base, 452 slugging, 805 OPS in 42 games, 6 home runs, 3 triples, 7 doubles, 22 walks, 18 stolen bases.
Right, and remember that generally the Southern League is more of a pitcher's league. So numbers you put up there may not be as eye-popping as at different levels, but it's just the environment just seems...
actually it bodes
yeah,
even
it's probably
better for Jesus.
It's probably a little better than maybe it sounds, and those are still good numbers.
Really, yeah.
But like when you factor in the age and you factor in that generally the numbers are a little bit lower in that league.
Yeah. I like this one from Surveyor. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Aaron Ashby will break the MLB record for wins by a reliever this season. He has 9, and the record is 18.
Well, I mean, it's a third of the way through the year, and he's halfway there.
Yeah. How about pump the brakes, full throttle? He remains undefeated. It goes
yeah, well, that one I would definitely say pump the brakes, but man, I mean, he's like, I'm going to say pump the brakes just because it doesn't seem likely. Because anytime
but it wouldn't surprise you if it did.
No, because I mean, look, anytime you're talking about breaking a major league record, obviously that doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
But he's got quite a head start, and knowing how Pat Murphy is not trying on using him, I mean, if he holds up physically, he can.
Right.
But I don't know.
I'll slightly tap the brakes on that.
Just checking.
Yeah, just checking. How about this? Given where they're at, it's fun to compare records from this year to last year. It's also a story of like why we don't over analyze everything at this point, because Brewers were what 500 or maybe even a little under 500 at this point last year, and they end up winning a team record 97 wins. But considering where they're at, pump the brakes, full throttle. Brewers hit right now 100 wins on the season.
Ooh, I'm gonna pump brakes.
Okay.
I think there'll be a bumpy spot or two at some point, but they'll be in that. I think they'll be within shouting distance of it, but I'm gonna say no. I'll pump the brakes.
I'm full throttle on it, man. I'm gonna go with it. I think. I think when the NL National League itself, you see these division races. The Phillies are back to being, I think. I know the Braves have a big lead, but I would not discredit the Phillies, especially with the way Sanchez is pitching and Schwarber's have hit dingers and such. So I think, that's going to be an interesting two-headed race there. You look at now the West with the Diamondbacks back into the conversation, Padres and Dodgers. And, of course, we know the NL Central with Cardinals and Cubs, which is a big series this weekend, Cubs and Cardinals. But I'm going to go, full throttle right now. I like it.
So who do you cheer for when the Cardinals play the Cubs?
Cardinals.
Right now, I would agree with that, but whenever I've been asked that, my answer has always been rain.
That too.
Let's cheer for rain.
Cheer for rain, so they got to do a bunch of makeup and doubleheaders. I like that too, especially like maybe later on in the season. So, but yeah, especially since we're going to be hanging out with a couple of Cubbies today. I'm going with the Cardinals, even though that pains me. Because I think earlier in our fandom, the Cardinals were our main rival.
Right. There was a period, and that's why kind of the stuff that popped up this week, obviously between the Brewers and the Cardinals, was interesting because it'd been a little bit.
Yeah.
Since there was a little, we're quite a few years removed from Zach Greinke saying, "I don't think anyone really likes Chris Carpenter."
That's right. I forgot about that.
But that had kind of gone a little bit dormant here, and obviously, the Cubs Brewers has come to the forefront now. But yeah.
It was weird too because if Uribe didn't make a comment, nobody would have known anything. I don't think
Right.
about what went down.
Yeah.
If he didn't do the crotch chop and he didn't make the comment, we probably don't hear anything about what went, a little bit of a tussle or a tissle, whatever you want to call it.
Right. And I think like
Degeneration X.
I was gonna say he's channeling his inner DX, I guess, but it was just a very interesting situation, and I'm glad that on Wednesday it didn't kind of, no pun intended here, degenerate into throwing at people and stuff like that. Like it did seem like, for as miffed as both sides were, they understood, okay, this can't escalate beyond this.
Right.
I think it seemed like both sides understood that, and I'm glad that it didn't.
Jonathan Lucroy got under a lot of fire with his tweet there too about lack of leadership and such.
Yeah, which I disagree with. I mean, I don't know how you can look at Pat Murphy and say, okay, that's a lack of leadership. Mm-hmm. Like, have you been watching the last few years?
Right.
Like, I just disagree with that.
And I know he's kind of saying, my point was that it should have. My point was, he said that it should never happen in the first place. You don't know if somebody's going to predetermine or what they're going to go out there and do ahead of time. I don't think he told these guys,
yeah,
hey, I'm going to do this if I strike out the last batter.
Look, we know Abner is a very, he's emotional. He runs hot.
Yeah.
But and I'm sure just, in the moment, just happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, he just... I mean, I'm sure we've all done things that we were just kind of like, ooh.
I don't know what I'm going to say in 10 minutes from now.
Right.
So I can't give you a heads up to say, hey, Brandon, hold me back from what I'm about to say in 10 minutes.
Right.
Or do.
Yeah.
So.
And just the adrenaline's flowing. I mean, these are high level athletes, and it happened.
Right.
And I would just disagree with that.
I do too. So pump the brakes, full throttle. I know I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier with you, but is there a little bit of drama brewing between Kyler and JJ, or is it getting overblown a bit?
I'm going to pump the brakes on it for now. Mm-hmm. Like, if we get to training camp and there's still some simmering tensions, okay, then maybe it's something. Right now, it's not something I'm going to get too far down the road with. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I'm going to leave it that. Again, as a Packers fan, to me, it kind of sounded too much of JJ trying to act calm and cool, and it came off too cool, too Joe Cool, if you will. Like, I chalked that up to just lack of experience and such. That's kind of what it sounded weird, but
why didn't anybody ask Carson Wentz what he thinks?
Right. Yeah. and the thing is I'm pretty sure, and you would know this better than I do, but just kind of how Kevin O'Connell talked about JJ and his stuff from last year, his attitude and aneurysms. I'm pretty sure Kevin O'Connell already probably talked to JJ McCarthy.
Because there was a few times last year, like, going back to the Dallas game where he grittied going into the end zone when he beforehand had kind of told Kevin O'Connell you want to do it, and Kevin said, don't do that. Yeah. No, don't do that. And then after the game, he's like, well, I just, if someone tells me I do something, I'm going to do it. It's like,
but that's your head coach.
Right. And then you even go back to the season finale with the Packers where, getting the taunting penalty, which kind of short-circuited a drive for them. Like, that's, again, just some signs of just kind of, youth and immaturity that, look, he's still 23.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still at an age where, many of these quarterbacks are either just entering the NFL or still in college. So, but, maturity has to come at some point.
Right. Yeah. So he's entering his third year in that too, but I still remember when I was 23 and such. And I know it's probably
I remember when you were 23 too.
Do you?
I don't know.
Okay. You probably do, but all right, that's your AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Let's take a quick break and we'll do some local sports brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. if you happen to get into a little bit of a fender bender in your summer travels this year, and you're not sure where you should go to get your vehicle, those dents and dings out of your vehicle, look no further than our good friends at Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, our official Backyard Dreams partners at Superior Auto Body. I know they got they've been doing some facelifting and painting and that, but it sounds like they're all done with that. So you can check them out if you got to make that appointment to maybe get some of those dents and dings out there and such. Just go to Superior Auto Body, located 301 North Farwell Street in Eau Claire. 301 North Farwell Street in Eau Claire. Your collision repair shop in Eau Claire. Your go-to collision repair shop in Eau Claire. All right, let me do this here really quick. I got to bring something up, and then we're going to do some local sports roundup brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. All right, Brandon, where do we want to lead things off here first? I got to turn your mic on first. There we go. Brandon, where should we lead things off?
No, I talk. No. Let's start with softball.
All right.
Gotcha.
You were watching some Bloomer Stanley, right?
Correct. Yeah. Last night I was in Stanley for Stanley Boyd and Bloomer, Division III Regional Championship. Stanley Boyd with the 6-0 win. So, their second regional title since 2019, but also their second of the 21st century. They had a long streak prior to that previous one, and then a team that was in the regional finals last year fell to a really good Fall Creek team that went on to finish as the state runner-up in Division III. So, brought back that roster almost entirely intact, and they've had another great year. Won the Western Clover Belt Championship. Have come through now and pick up the big win over a really good Blackhawks team, and now in the sectional semis next Tuesday they're going to host Prescott. Prescott's a team that's had a lot of success over the years. They won the state championship a couple years ago. Last year they too fell to Fall Creek in the sectional rounds as Fall Creek made its way to Madison. So yeah, I mean obviously this is a really exciting time for that Stanley Boyd program and Coach Kim Gadel as they're really just putting a lot of things together with a group that's still, relatively young. A lot of juniors, a lot of sophomores and freshmen on that team. So they're really kind of in their window right now of, playing some high-level softball.
Mm-hmm. Anywhere are we getting close to state, or were we kind of in that
last
process?
night was regional final, so there's two games. There's 2 games in the sectional round. Next week is Tuesday will be sectional semis.
Okay.
Next Thursday is sectional championship. Sectional champions go to state. But yeah, Division I, Chippewa Falls, picking up another regional championship. They're kind of.
Did I see their JV team was undefeated too? I
think their JV team was, and their JV2 team was
had like one loss.
Yes, yeah. They're. I'm fortunate that I cover a lot of really good sports programs and really successful. I don't think there's one that has the consistency for teams I cover. There's other ones in the area, but for ones that I immediately work with, than Chai softball. I believe that going back to I want to say 2008. They've won regional championships every year but one.
Wow!
So when you and I were in college, I believe it's 2016 because I can remember that. Let's put it this way: it's very rare when I can just pop it off the top of my head because that's the only time it hadn't happened. Since I've been around.
Right.
And they picked up the 12-0 win last night over New Richmond. Now they're the 2 seed. They're going to take on Holman, who's kind of the last Mississippi Valley Conference team left. Holman knocked off another one on Alaska. So those 2 teams are going to match up Tuesday at Kasper Park. I'll be there for that. But really probably the biggest upset of yesterday's games came also in that region where River Falls, the number 9 seed, knocked off top seed Toma. Extra innings 4-3. Toma had a great season led by Wisconsin Badger commit Anna Wall, a fantastic pitcher, but River Falls was able to grind through it and picked up the extra inning win, and now they will go on the road to take on number 5 Marshfield. Those two winners will match up next Thursday at Kasper Park with a trip to state on the line. So just a kind of a wacky thing you'll see in the postseason. Some obviously baseball, softball, that'll happen. But Division II, Boulder Woodville and West Salem both won. Boulder Woodville 6-3 win over Altoona. West Salem 4-3 win over Somerset. You got Medford, your Medford Raiders. They got the rematch with Mosinee after Medford won 8-6, and Mosinee all over Anago 26-0, which in a regional championship is kind of a rare to see a score that lopsided.
Yeah.
But yeah, those two teams have met during the the regular season. I believe Medford won them both. So, but yeah, Division III we talked about. Other half of that section will be either Spooner or St. Croix Falls, meeting up with Stanley Boyd or Prescott. Division IV. McDonald with the 3-0 win last night over Levis Drums. So they're regional champions, 4th year in a row. They will be hosting Augusta on Tuesday. Augusta with an impressive 11-4 win over Colfax. And Colfax is a team that won a regional championship last year. But this Augusta team, especially down the stretch, has played a lot of really good teams. That's a rematch from about a month ago, where McDonald beat Augusta 6-0, but since then, Augusta has just loaded up its schedule. It has played a ton of really good teams. It played against Medford, played against Grantsburg, played against Stanley Boyd, played against Blair Taylor. Like, so many regional champions and really good teams that are still alive to kind of, I'm sure, to be ready for, times like this. So that should be a really good one at Kasper Park as well. So winner there will take on either Grantsburg or Boyceville. Boyceville picking up the 11-1 win over Clayton Turtle Lake. So, a regional champion for the Dun St. Croix there with the Bulldogs. So, and now they're going to make the trip to Grantsburg and take on a very, very good Grantsburg Pirates team. That's really, I would say, especially among smaller schools, one of the premier programs in the state when it comes just to consistently being really strong. And then in Division 5, Blair Taylor continues to roll. They'll take on Independence Gilmanton. Both those teams picking up impressive regional championship wins, a couple Dairyland teams. And just in general, I think this has been a really good year for Dairyland sports, for the conference. We got the last fall with Cochrane Fountain City in football, and it seems like every season pretty much they've had some really good teams, and they've also flexed their muscle in softball. They've a lot of their teams have been successful. Now they're guaranteed at least one of those teams, I should say, to be in the sectional final, where winner of that game either gets Northwood, Solon Springs, or Mellon. So. Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to it. A week from now, we'll know who's at state.
Baseball's wrapping up this regular season this week.
Well, Division I kind of did. Like last night, we saw some of the Big Rivers teams, finishing up. But Division II, III, and IV playoffs are underway.
Okay.
Their regional quarterfinal action started last night. So, I've known around here, Bloomer going on the road to Ashland, picking up the come from behind 9-8 win there. Altoona is a 2 seed in that same section. They had a bye, so they'll be taking on Hayward after Hayward knocked off Ellsworth 7-2. Otherwise, some middle border teams, always a good conference for baseball, but they're pretty successful in the opening night. Last night, Division III, we saw Regis picking up the win over Cadott 4-3. So now they'll take on Elk Mound. Those two teams just played last week.
Okay.
So that's kind of an interesting dynamic where Elk Mound and Fall Creek split the Western Clover Belt title. But, Elk Mound, now they're going to see a team they've seen, a couple times here recently near the end. They won both those games, but they were competitive games. So, otherwise, you have Fall Creek taking on an old Western Clover Belt rival with Osseo Fairchild. Osseo picking up the 9-0 win over McDonald last night. So, otherwise, a lot of your top seeds winning, Prescott, Durand, Arkansas, etc. So, and then Division IV kind of got going for baseball, but really, that's going to kind of kick into gear next week, where you've got Emmanuel as a 1 seed. They'll be taking on Spring Valley. That's a 1-8 matchup next Tuesday. Otherwise you've got Gilman, the 4 seed. They'll be taking on Bruce and some other matchups there as well. But yeah, baseball. Now the baseball schedule is a little bit different because the regional semis and regional championship for divisions 2 through 4 are actually next Tuesday, Wednesday, whereas Division I goes Tuesday, Thursday for semis and championship.
Mm-hmm.
So, but either way, a week from now, we will know who's at state for softball. We'll know who's in sectionals for baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then you mentioned Division I. Hudson putting a wrap on the Western Clover Belt, the Big Rivers Championship this week. Chippewa Falls finishing off an impressive regular season with 3 wins this week: 2 over New Richmond, 1 over River Falls. So they've got that actually set a record for most wins in the regular season for that program in their history. 23 went 23-3 this regular season. Talked about a little last week. They're a 2 seed. Behind Hudson, who's the 1 seed. Otherwise, you got Eau Claire North. They're a 5 seed. They're going to be hosting Superior next Tuesday. You've also got Eau Claire Memorial. They're the 11 seed. They'll be traveling to DC Everest. So we've got a lot's going to change in a week here, I think, as far as just what's going, what's left. So, but yeah, I mean it's that prime time right now for everything I mentioned. We've got track and field sectionals tonight. Division I teams in this area, they'll be heading over to DC Everest. A lot of a lot of action, obviously a lot of athletes in action between the various D1 schools around in Division Two. Pretty much all of them going to Rice Lake. A lot of them were at the Altoona region Monday, or Tuesday, sorry. And then in Division Three, one of the D3 teams here, they'll be heading to Marathon. So yeah, and just as a kind of a little bit of a reminder, in Division One, top 3 finishers in each event go on to state. In Division 2 through and 3, it's the top 4 finishers.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, then a week from today, I mean, a week and like an hour or two from now, that's when state track will be getting going down in La Crosse.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So I'll be there for that. So yeah.
All right.
So and then otherwise, we got boys golf coming up on Tuesday as well. You've got some, the Division One teams around here. They will be heading over to Marshfield to River Edge for sectionals there. A lot of the D2 teams will be heading up to Spooner, and a lot of the D3 teams from this area will be heading up to Big Fish, up in Hayward. But that's gonna be hosted by a winner up there, and yeah. So we're there.
Yeah.
Obviously we're at the end of the season just for school, but obviously that also transfers over to the end of the season for the for athletics as well.
Yep. All right, and then express wise, they did fall last night to Rochester, so they're 1-2 in the first 3 games of their season, but they begin a 2-game series against Thunder Bay on the road tonight. Tomorrow they'll be back at Carson Park. Take it on Thunder Bay on Sunday. So the Express getting underway already, a few games into their season. So actually 1-3, right? Yeah, 1-3. Sorry, 1-2. I said 1-2, but they're 1-3. So to begin the season. So that's your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a quick break. I want to talk. You okay?
Yeah,
No. Okay. All right. You and your facial reactions here. Let's take a quick break. I want to get to. We were talking a little bit about the proposal from Major League Baseball. Bob Nightingale has a piece out, and let's just say the Players Association's not happy with the proposal. We'll go through all that coming up after this quick break. Don't forget to get your team signed up for the 6th annual Kasper Classic that's coming your way on Friday, August 7th. And I kid you not, I think we only got I have to update it because we've gotten a couple more sponsors. But that 10 a.m. spot might be getting pretty close to being full up. So if you need another team in a ring,
I know. I might have someone that's slacking. So
yeah, you might want to get in on that because it's big thanks to everybody that has signed up. And if you have not done so far, I highly suggest you get to WAYYradio.com, sportstalk1051.com, and get your 2-person team signed up. You may think it's only end of May, guys. No, it's going quick. We've sold out every year. And like I said, 10 a.m., after I update it, I think there's only going to be 3 left that'll be open. So big thanks to everybody who has signed up. And while you're at our website, don't forget about Tailgate Thursdays at the Eau Claire Express games. We've got 4 Thursdays that we're going to be doing a little tailgates. What are you pointing at? That? Well, I figured, I don't have your mic on right now because I heard you moving the mic around. But I figured you wanted the.
I was grooving out to the Unsolved Mysteries intro, but it's done now.
Okay.
We don't need
Well, you interrupted my read here. It wasn't very nice. I was going to say go to our website, check out the dates for Tailgate Thursdays because we got the first one's coming up June 11th. And tell you what, if you see me out and about in the mobile man cave, just say Tailgate Thursdays. And I'll get you. I've got some tickets to that game to give you. So, 5:30. We're gonna just tailgate beforehand and have some fun before the game. So, but speaking of baseball, first of all, I need your opinion, and I'm gonna throw this out to everybody else. Maybe people who have collections man cave. So you see this wall here, the Sports Illustrateds, Super Bowl 1, Super Bowl 2, Super Bowl 31, Super Bowl 45. I know don't know what that looks like for your team. But that's what a Super Bowl cover looks like for a football team. Okay.
What's Sports Illustrated?
I got 2 Tigers. One because apparently so I used to get these. Actually, the mailing labels in my grandma's name. She used to get them for me. So apparently that's the first time Tiger's been on a cover. And I kept a lot of them as a kid. And that's his first Masters. And then so there's the Bucks championship because originally it was just going to be championships. Mm-hmm. Brewers don't have one, obviously. But I do have the Brewers one with T. Plush, Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder. Do I put that one up there just to have a Brewers one, or do I get the 82 World Series preview one with Robin Yount on the cover? What one would pacify or make the most sense? See,
for you, I honestly think I would probably go with the 2011 one.
I know, and I have it right here.
Yeah, I mean, it almost as just like something to have there until you maybe get a World Series one day, maybe. But I kind of lean towards that one for you, just because obviously being a younger guy, that's a bigger, probably was a bigger deal for you. I mean, you famously were at Game 5 of the NLDS that year, kind of thing.
I didn't even think about that.
So
you might be right. So on that same breath, I should probably put up my Badger one from when they went to the Final Four.
Probably.
With Josh Gosser on the cover. You know which one I'm talking about?
I think so.
Or was it Frank? I think it was Josh Gosser. Maybe both of them were on there. But, I only got a spot for one. All right, I'll have to make room. That's fine. I take her with this space every week, I swear to gosh. I need to, build another wall in here to add stuff. I don't
just
know.
So you have room for stuff?
Yeah. I don't. Like I said, I need more baseball stuff.
I like that your first thought when you need space isn't, maybe I should not have as much stuff. It's, I need more walls.
I've downsized quite a bit. But then I find I don't like that as an open space. So I get something different.
You see a slightly open space on a wall and you get itchy.
I do. Like I said, I'm going to get a Brewers full-size helmet because I need one right there next to the Packers one.
And the Blue Golds ones.
I'm going to have to take one of those Blue Gold helmets off. I got the Express helmet up there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just a toy Brewers helmet I got at a game because...
Was it filled with ice cream or nachos?
That one was not. That one was from the... I actually have a nacho one and an ice cream one. So those are 2 different sizes, though. The actual helmet has the flap. That's the new. But do you remember getting those all the time as a kid with the adjustable thing in the inside?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what that is. Oh yeah, those were fun. And then you really thought you were wearing a helmet and trying to play baseball, and not the case. And they were not
No.
comfortable with that hard plastic
No.
on there.
You don't have the little ones you get out of the quarter machine?
Oh, don't. I used to as a kid. Seriously, if I could go on eBay and find the full collect, it's got to be from the 90s. I have mini helmets, but they're the new ones, and Hudson has them now.
I have a friend of mine has what I believe is all of the.
There's the Packer one down there.
like all the mini helmets. I believe for Division I college football.
Like old or newer?
I think both.
Okay. I suppose that's a lot of mini helmets, though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've seen the display. It is rather intensive.
Yeah, I've got my Packers old school 90. It's pretty worn out, but I used to have if I could just find the whole in good shape.
Right.
I don't want to go on eBay and find one that's like broken and stuff like that, but it has to be the 90s. I don't want the new ones. I already have the new ones, and I'd go baseball too. Gosh, that was my favorite thing. One of my favorite things. I remember taking those to show and tell one time.
Little helmets?
Yep. I had literally a little briefcase that my grandma had that she had her 8-track cassette tapes in. And that's what I would hold them in. And then I had like a paper football set. It was a legit paper football with all the teams and little goalposts that I would put in there too. Man.
Yeah, bring paper football back.
You know what? I just thought of this. And I don't know if Surveyor's still listening, but Surveyor a few months ago, because do you remember a couple years ago I brought up the Pinewood Derby? We should do our own version.
Yeah.
Well, Surveyor said we should do this, and he was going to look into ways where we could get the track and all that. I will quote Wedding Crashers. I'm an ideas man. I thrive in enthusiasm. I have all these big, crazy ideas. Some of them aren't realistic to do. I still want to do a one-day man cave sports. Like, you know how they have the home show? Like a man cave version where we've got like sports stuff and that. We do the Pinewood Derby race and we do a paper football contest. Come on now. That's like...
Just thinking of I can't say I wasted it, but I'm thinking of all the time I spent in high school with my friends playing paper football in the library in Thorpe.
I was in, sorry, Mr. Dallas. Mr. Dallas, 11th grade history. There was a couple of us, Julian and Nick. Nick actually made goalposts out of paper clips and kept it in his locker.
We always did the.
But then he'd cheat off my tests because I loved history, so he struggled. So
yeah, we had some pretty intense games, though. So almost as intense as camping.
Now you can go to the dollar store and get those ones out there. Which, you got to do the finger ones.
Yeah.
So if we do this for like a man cave home show, we got to get an official goalpost. Or no, it's got to be the opposite. Whoever you're playing against has to do it.
So if you're playing against someone that's much larger than you, well, they got a bigger goalpost.
They got a bigger goalpost. Tough.
No. This is where like Hudson might have an advantage.
Yeah.
Because
maybe we got to go bring in the combine and hand size and go by divisions like that. See? Now we're rolling, man. All right, we got to take one more break. We're running out of time here, so we're going to do that, and we'll start to kick off the fourth and final hour coming up in just a few minutes. All right, we only got a couple minutes left to the top, so we'll get back to some more baseball talk coming up in the 9 o'clock hour here. So we'll talk a little bit about the first proposals exchanged between Major League Baseball and the Players Association and such. John says I should get both of those Brewers covers. Maybe. The wall that they're on has an open spot. It's like that motivation that teams say, this is where we're going to put our championship team photo. Okay, well, I might have to move some stuff around again. I just don't know what wall I would do that on or what I get rid of. But what?
Oh, I just saw the.
I knew you were going to. I was waiting to see the slim down beer drinking slow pitch softball.
Oh, I just look over at the Unsolved Mysteries TV. I look up and there's just a big old PBR can. That caught my attention.
All right, shot clock's going to cut us off here in 30 seconds. So, Alex also said, too, really quick, I had a Packers-Cowboys checkerboard game growing up.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I got to get those mini helmets. Maybe one of these days. So, bring back quarter machines. I know, like, dollar stores have them, but, like, bring back legit stuff in there, too. All right. Quick break, news updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, we are back for the final hour on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, no matter where or how you are tuning in. Coming to you from the Kasper Cave this morning, brought to you by Tanglewood Greens. We are going to kick off this hour, going to get right to it. Talking some more baseball. Obviously, we've got Brewers coming your way tonight after an off day yesterday. Coleman Crowe is going to get the start here for the Crew, with Logan Henderson on the injured list. But we've got an exchange of proposals between Major League Baseball and the Players Union. So we touched a little bit on Major League Baseball's proposal, which included a salary cap and a salary floor. Bob Nightingale has a piece up that was posted last night. Let's just say that the Players Union not happy with the proposal. Here's part of their statements. Let me bring it up here. That says, yesterday, the Major League Baseball Players Association presented a comprehensive package of proposals designed to improve compensation for players at all levels and to incentivize and reward competition on the field. The owners responded today with a demand for a salary cap system, something generations of players have fought against. The last time the owners made such an explicit push for a cap over 30 years ago, it led to the longest work stoppage in Major League Baseball history. For generations, our members have fought against cap systems because they harm players at all levels, erode or eliminate contractual guarantees, pit player against player, lead to more work stoppages, not less, and get worse for players over time. I almost feel. Do you remember the NFL lockout in 2010 after the Packers?
Vaguely, yeah.
A little bit, and it got right up to where I think right before preseason started. And I just remember that time. It kind of turned into, for fans, what side are you choosing? Are you with the owners or are you with the team? I almost feel fans are going to be with owners.
Right. Yeah. And like when you go back a few years when there was the lockout. It seemed like I think fans were on the side of players.
Yeah.
But yeah, now, because I think this is something that the majority of fans want. And look, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, flashpoint of these negotiations is going to be salary cap system, cap floor. And you're right. I think that even though and honestly, I probably would too if if kind of looking at it that way. Even though I would say. Generally, I would probably tend to side with the players because I would rather have players be millionaires and owners be billionaires. And look, they're the ones that we're
rooting for.
We're going to events and stuff to see.
We're not going for Mark Anasio.
Yeah, no offense, Mark. But yeah, that's a statement. While I get why Player Association is saying and doing it, but like that's not one that I don't think is going to endear you to people. That's not gonna get people on your side.
Yeah, the Players Association has to know that fans, probably a majority, want a salary cap, right?
Right.
They have to know that, and it's not like I don't think they're of the goal of making fans happy, so we're just going to do this.
Right.
They're looking out for themselves. That's why we always said that, and even people that would always text in and said. Got to have salary cap. Got to have salary. But we've always said players don't want it, and that's what's going to be the sticking point in this whole thing.
Right.
And I still don't know if we're going to get it or
right.
not.
And if we do get it, what are owners going to be willing to give up to get it? Because that's going to have to happen. They're going to have to give up some good stuff.
Or on the flip side, if we don't have a salary cap, what are the players willing to give up?
Right. Because it's a negotiation.
Right.
It's not going to be one side just sitting there saying, well, we're not giving up anything. Because then nothing will get done.
Right. So that's where this thing. I hate to kind of throw this out there because there's so many of them, but the first thing that kind of crossed my mind was, is this the most important negotiation in Major League Baseball history in terms of a new collective bargaining agreement? But I would say if they implement a salary cap, it's probably one of the biggest changes Major League Baseball has undergone in its history.
And I mean, you can go back to 1994 and the impact that had. That work stoppage, strike, I forget, whatever it is, that stoppage of play had on the sport. And it was significant. I mean, it's not a coincidence that it was about that time that, NFL really kind of started to take a bigger foothold amongst, the majority of sports fans. Like, And obviously, some people came back for the the great home run race between McGuire and Sosa,
Right.
but it hasn't been the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like for younger people, there was a time in this country where baseball was the most popular sport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it happened to, you talk about the NFL too. What happened just maybe a couple years before that was free agency. So that kind of added another element to football to really increase that,
Right.
Part of it too. So, which is in this day and age, it is mind boggling to think it wasn't that long ago that the NFL didn't have free agency. When you really think about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not
like how it is now.
Right. And it's not a coincidence that at that time, a lot of the really good teams stayed good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's just kind of weird to think about. Man, it was the 90s when they finally had that.
Right.
That like legit contract expired. Now we have days and social media. We preview it and all that. It's like, wow, what took so long to really kind of figure it out? To be honest, I still don't feel good about them starting, on time for next season. I think we've been talking about this for over a year. That we've been. Kind of going, saying that this isn't going to start on it. This doesn't give me good vibes.
No,
with the whole thing.
No,
but I don't know. It's all right. She leave.
Yep.
Okay, good. That was my wife.
Yep. I waved at her.
Yeah, I know you did. So, but I just. And the other part in here, too, says the union anticipated that Major League Baseball would offer to significantly raise the minimum salary. Maybe not to the $1.5 million as they are seeking in 2027, but at least increased from the $780,000. They expected free agency to be possibly lowered from 6 years to 5 years, as they desire for players 30 and older. They thought that the salary arbitration pool would be expanded. None of that came from Major League Baseball.
Right, and I do think those are realistic asks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, with a negotiation, maybe that's something that now kind of comes to the table.
Yep. You want this? Okay,
we'll add this and this. Like again, when you're negotiating with somebody, you don't just throw everything out there that you're willing to give up right away.
Right.
So it's going to be a process, and it's going to be, like I said before, it's going to be a process that kind of plays out in the public a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful, but I'm not optimistic, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I've this is giving me flashbacks again to that NFL lockout where I felt like because a lot of this is going to be PR spun into the media, and we're already kind of seeing that with these statements. And that's what it was during that NFL lockout was like, because I still remember going like, well, man, I'm for the owners for that, if that's what they're saying. But then you'd hear another, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Now I'm kind of with the players. It's a he said, she said thing. The only difference in this one is I think we have the one sticking point that a majority of fans want to see is that salary cap.
And let's be real, that one sticking point significantly impacts our favorite team.
Yes.
If the Brewers were 10th in payroll, whatever that is, it probably would not be something we were as interested in. But because this makes a difference, and the Brewers have gone up against some of these higher spending teams over the years and lost. I mean, that's part of this too. They've won. They've won some, but they've lost the Dodgers in the playoffs. They've lost the Mets in the playoffs.
And that's like Dodgers fans probably are like, no, we don't want a salary cap.
Right? No, and look, if I was a Dodger fan, I'd probably say the same thing.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing to me is that these are the owners. Do you think the Dodgers are on board on this? Fully on board with this? Those high spending teams. Is it a majority rules sort of thing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because
I can't imagine you have all 30 teams that want it.
Right. And because Major League Baseball is acting in representation of the owners, right? I mean, they're on one team. It's Major League Baseball and the owners are on one team and the players are on another team. I can't see Yankees, Dodgers, these typical teams.
I wonder at one point if you're going to try to see the players union almost try to splinter the owners.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a lot easier for the players to operate as one unified entity than the owners.
Yeah.
Because I do think that even if you're a high price player, you still want, because you've got teammates that and guys that are making the minimum. You want that to get raised. Whereas if you're the Dodgers owner, do you really care about the Reds or the Pirates?
It's funny you just said that because this was the next thing I was going to bring up. And I remember in the latest NFL one where it passed but veterans were not happy. But what did the NFL do? They kind of targeted the younger, cheaper players that it appealed more to them. And I remember like Aaron Rodgers and some veterans were not happy with the agreement because I can't remember exactly why, but essentially I don't know if it was purposely strategery, but when they did the vote for the NFL players, it passed, but a majority were like first-year contract younger players because I think it gave them a little bit more security where the veterans were like, wait, whoa, no, this isn't actually good. What if Major League Baseball kind of does a page out of that? It says, okay, we'll do this pay increase for these younger players and all that. But then it's kind of like, well, the established players, these guys that can make a big moolah, like, no, but then we don't get, you know what I'm trying, you know, it's,
basically
you talk about taking that fracture. What if Major League Baseball does that to the players?
Yeah. So it tells the younger players, hey, get on board with this. Well, you'll be taken care of when you're younger.
Yeah.
Basically, you might make more on the front end if you have to sacrifice some on the back end.
Right. I like the players associations, or excuse me, baseball's owners, Major League Baseball, and the owners' statement. I'm going to read it here. Baseball has gotten stronger because we listened to the fans and made necessary changes on the field, like the pitch clock to quicken the game and ABS challenge to get the most important calls right. The biggest issue we need to solve next to continue to grow the game off the field is fixing the payroll disparity unseen in any other major U.S. sport. Ultimately, the game is about hope. I love this word, hope, in competition. And too many fans in too many markets have too little hope that their team has a fair chance to win. Fans overwhelmingly support a salary cap and floor like in the other leagues because they don't believe a $446 million spending gap from top to bottom is a fair fight. Our salary cap and floor proposal levels the playing field while sharing baseball revenue with players 50-50 as we grow the game together. Further, by sharing media revenue equally as part of our proposal, we can address another top fan concern of local TV blackouts. We look forward to working with the Players Association during the bargaining process to continue improving the game for fans. The other part I wanted to bring in here too was let me see if I can, because they use the NFL they use the NFL and the NBA. Where was that here? But while I try to find it here, again, I like the word that they use, hope, quite a bit, and they again, this is a PR media thing. Fans, that's the direction they're like. Fans want this. Fans,
they're trying to win the court of a public opinion by, really belaboring that point.
Yep. So this was part of MLB.com. So again, know the source, and this is the article from it. Over the past decade, MLB's regular season and postseason have been dominated by large market teams, with nearly 80% of the teams in the League Championship Series, 85% of the teams in the World Series, and 90% of the teams to win a championship have come from a top 15 market. Since 2012, only one team from a bottom 15 market has won a World Series, the 2015 Royals. While the NFL has 5, the NBA 7, and the NHL 7 have all seen smaller market teams win it all under salary cap systems.
It's kind of interesting that you've got MLB.com or MLB's own website basically saying, "Hey, we're not as competitive as other sports leagues."
Mm-hmm.
Like obviously there's a narrative they're pushing there, and the narrative may be true, but they're still pushing it.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like NFL Network, and where a lot of people have had criticism of it over the years before they merged with, ESPN and that. But it's the league's media source.
It's their media arm.
Yeah, it's their media arm. So they're going. I think it's interesting. They're pulling in the other major sports to kind of prove their point there too. And again, it's as a fan, you read that, you're like, yeah, right, like exactly right. That's what we want. And yeah, there's gonna be more of this going on.
There
for
is.
Sure.
There is.
Your thoughts on the floor and the cap? Do you like, if you had to pick between the two, floor or cap, what would you rather have? Because right now the Brewers would be under the floor of the proposed number.
I think you need both. Because it's one thing if you have the floor and there's more revenue sharing. Obviously, that means that's more money teams are going to be able to spend. But the top end is still 2 or 3 times, probably about 3 times.
Yeah.
What? And let's be honest, if there is a floor or there's something where some of these owners get PO'd, they might just spend more money just because.
Right.
But the cap at the same time, like, that's good. But I still do believe that owners that don't spend need to be held accountable.
I totally agree. It's like, when back in the day the Marlins won the World Series, and what do? They just
trade everybody off. Yeah, like, to me, they have to work. The floor and the cap work together.
Yeah. And, not to get too far in the weeds here, and this would be something that they could figure out smarter minds than us, but, something I mentioned a little bit earlier, I'd be curious, if there is a cap, is there then a similar structure to like the NFL where you have dead caps, where you don't move on? Because Major League Baseball, the one thing that they have done over the years, more so than any other team or any other league, double-digit year contracts, 10-year contracts, long-term contracts, and guaranteed money. And that's always been the thing with baseball, is like these players have guaranteed.
You get what you get. If you sign a 2-year, $20 million, you're getting $20 million.
Right. So if you have a salary cap, does that change? And are we going to see a similar system to the NFL where, you sign these players to long-term deals, but it makes it hard to move on from a guy after just 1 year because you have the dead cap space.
Right.
So would Major League Baseball do something similar to that? Because, again, I'll use the example of Ryan Braun when he signed that big deal, and then towards the end, they couldn't get away from that contract, even if they wanted to. So would there be something similar to that, or would it be easier after years of service not to go down an NFL salary cap? Okay, after a few years, after he's made that guaranteed portion, okay, now you can move on from him. Would it be easier for teams who gave out these long-term contracts to move on? And then the other part, though, too, I think about is a lot of these guys that signed a 10-year deal, how many of them now are maybe underpaid compared to some of the other players that are out there?
Yeah, it depends. Usually, teams, when you're signing players to like 10-year contracts and beyond, you're understanding that by the end of it, you're probably not getting value on that, because chances are a player, by the time they're in their upper 30s, isn't providing nearly the value they did when they were younger. That's, it's just common sense. But like, it's almost like you go into it knowing that. Like at the end for like a Miguel Cabrera, outstanding Hall of Fame career, but the last few years for him were pretty rough.
Right.
But I'm sure at the time when they signed him to that extension, the Tigers knew, like, okay, look, we're going to be getting our value on more on the front end of this contract versus the back end, and that's just something. That's just kind of the price to play the game.
Because you look at, and this is MLB payroll rankings for player and per year. So Juan Soto is far and above everybody else. It's like 61.875. Zach Wheeler second at 42. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Aaron Judge, Anthony Rendon is still on there.
Boy, the Anthony Rendon contract, that might be one of the worst ones like in recent history.
Yeah. Mike Trout is 7th, or Jacob deGrom 6th. Mike Trout 7th. Cody Bellinger's 8th. Garrett Cole's 9th. You're talking about 3 Yankees in the top 10. And Alex Bregman is number 10. Where's there a Dodger player? No Dodger player in top 10.
Yeah.
Next, the highest one is Tyler Glasnow at 13. All that deferred money.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Sonny Gray is 17th on this list at $31 million.
That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. Shohei's on here at 21 with $28 million per year. But I guess the player that came to mind with that long-term contract now, I was kind of curious where he was at, was Bryce Harper. He's 25th, $27.5 million per year.
At that time, yeah, you look at... And
so my question would be, who would you rather have, Cody Bellinger or Bryce Harper?
I would say Bryce Harper.
And so Cody Bellinger's $10 million, $11 million more than Bryce Harper. But Bryce Harper signed that long-term deal.
Right. It's all about when you sign it.
Yeah. It's frustrating as a fan to follow, but also as a fan, it's going to be kind of fascinating to see how this all plays out and how it's really going to change Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
By the way, Christian Yelich is 45th on this list at $24 million.
I was going to say, I know he was like lower to mid-20s, so.
Yeah, he's actually...
Hey, not too far below him is going to be Woodruff.
Well, Freddie Freeman's 50th, so Yelich is making more than Freddie Freeman. just Trent Grisham is on. Brandon
Gee.
Woodruff's 22, so
Yeah,
he's
well, 'cause-
tied with
Yeah.
Brandon Woodruff's making the same.
That's crazy when you throw that Trent Grisham's in there.
Yeah, former Brewer.
Former Brewer legend, Trent
Yep.
Clark.
But Brandon Woodruff is tied with Zach Gallen and Imanaga from the Cubs. Yeah. Fernando Tatis Jr., $20.7 million. Remember when he signed that one too? So.
Yeah.
Julio Rodriguez, 69th, $20 million per year. There's a lot of guys.
You know
at
who's
20
not? I
million.
mean, this is the textbook example of it working out for a team. But like, you know who's not going to be on that list? Ronald Acuna Jr. Because he signed that very team friendly deal early on.
Yep. Exactly right.
But that's not really relevant to our conversation here.
But no, that's the other point here too. Is I just wonder if there ever is a salary cap. Could you see more teams trying to do that longer term?
I'm sure you'll see him trying.
Yeah, but then from a player perspective, you probably don't want the long term.
Correct.
You know. All right, so that's a really good conversation. What are your thoughts? You can join in, hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or join in on the Section 105 chat. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. All right, we are back, and again, we're doing the program from my man cave, the Kasper Cave, brought to you by Tanglewood Greens in Menominee. If you're watching the video stream, Brandon is just more comfortable probably sitting in that chair than a studio chair right now. He's reclined back in the recliner, so
I finally got the footrest one. It's
a little
a little finicky.
Yeah, it is. A
I
little
think
finicky.
I finally figured it out. Though,
It's like a weight distribution sort of thing.
Yeah, it's fancy.
Yeah, well, it's a small chair because I don't have a big space in here. I would rather get a better chair, but yeah, it is. We work with what we got, right? Otherwise, you could sit in Hudson's gaming chair right there too. So that 360, you can move around in that too. So otherwise, his little camo chair's in the game room behind you, right in front of the big buck hunter game. So,
I just different things are catching my eye in here at different times.
What caught your eye now?
Is that Mad 95 on Game Boy?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I thought you were looking at the fireplace because, boom.
Oh, now we got a fire. We got a roaring fire going on.
Yeah. Yep. Got that, and I could turn that on.
Yep.
Christmas tree, Packer Christmas tree on, and then I could turn
Light up the Coors Light can.
that one on. So I'm lazy. I got remotes for it. Or I could do. Where's the other one over here? Is it this one? Yep. You probably can't see this one, but hell, there we go.
Oh,
Got the strobe light, LED lights over by the bar area.
get the fully stocked
Beer
little
fridge.
Fridge there.
Yep. With the LED lights in there. I don't know why it's doing that.
All the essentials.
Just doing that color. What are we doing here? So there we go. All right. So Brewers back at it, taking on the Astros. We got Coleman Crow on the mound. We got Brandon Sproat tomorrow, though. How important Brandon Sproat's kind of just he's probably been the most inconsistent starter this year, would you say?
Yeah.
Is he on a thin line? What if Coleman Crow goes out there and does another great job? And I know injury-wise, Logan Anderson, Brandon Woodruff are still gone in that. So, but if Brandon Sproat continues to have up and down, do they have to? Is there a decision to be made where they should maybe consider Coleman Crow and then Sproat to the bullpen?
Potentially. I mean, that's a possibility. Like you said, there'll probably be a little more time yet until maybe Brandon Woodruff comes back, and I know they want to give Brandon Sproat every opportunity, and I'm someone on this program that has definitely sung the praises of him because I just think that you just have to look at when it's been going right to see like, okay, this guy can dominate, but it just hasn't been consistent.
Right.
Just being able to consistently fill up the zone just, hadn't been there for him yet. So, but yeah, no, this is a big opportunity for Coleman Crow. He's done nothing but, shoved during his opportunities in the majors, but, you got to figure now he might get, a couple starts.
Is Sproat's issue when they get to the third time through the lineup, or is it more fatigue? Is it a little bit of both?
I don't know. It does seem, it's almost like those two things intersect where it does seem like around like that 70 pitch mark, it just kind of starts to go away from him. Now, is that because he's getting fatigued, or is that because a lineup is seeing him for a third time? Because that's kind of about that time. So maybe it's a combination of things. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing with him is being able to kind of finish these outings strong, being able to kind of carry over, and being able to just kind of consistently get people out. And I think the biggest thing for him is just quality strikes.
Yeah.
I mean, you see a lot with him where it's not just that he's missing, but they're bad misses. Like they're not competitive pitches. And I mean, that's something we saw in Mizorowski a lot last year. And I'm not saying he's going to make a, Jacob Mizorowski like leap, but like that is something that can be improved upon. It just takes time, and you just have to do it. Like you have to just kind of being able to kind of keep going out there and getting those opportunities, and the more you do something, generally the better you're going to get at it.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be interesting to kind of see, especially when Woodruff comes back and Logan Harrison's back, and now even Jared Kading's maybe getting a little bit closer too, possibly.
Yeah,
so,
and suddenly this is a team that out of the bullpen has kind of a bevy of lefties.
Yeah,
like because Rob Zastryzny is also somebody that I think he sooner than later could be back. Like, what's his thing? Like, because I don't think he has any options left. So either he's on the major league team or he's subject to waivers, and I would think someone will probably claim him because he's been pretty effective.
Right.
So, but because you only need so many lefties, like probably three, and right now, obviously Ashby and DL Hall I don't think are going anywhere.
Right.
So what do you do? I mean, it's a good problem to have.
It is. I mean, then you know what the response is going to be from a lot of fans is, we'll trade one of them and that. But how many times have we had to rely on that depth or something? I hate to be that way, but something always seems to happen where it works out. Then.
Right. Yeah.
You know, where you hate to say it, that an injury kind of pops up or something. But yeah, so. But this month of May, the Brewers have a chance to just complete this month with, if they win this series. I mean, what a fantastic month of May. If you were to say, because we previewed it at the beginning, but if you were to say, okay, you swept the Yankees, you swept the Cubs, you swept the Cardinals, you nearly swept the Padres, you won a series against the Twins, you dropped a series against the Dodgers. Let's say they win this series against the Astros. That's an incredible month of May.
Right. And I think you can look at it from the totality perspective of, whatever the record is that month. And you can say, okay, no, that's a good month.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you break it down like that, the fact is you took 3 from the Cardinals. And I think they split the other one with the rain delay. So, and I believe all division teams play each other 13 times. So the magic number 7, where, win the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Thinking about that right now, the Brewers are up 4-1 on the Cardinals.
So you need 3 more.
Yeah, so obviously 3-0 with 3 series, 3-0 with 3 series left against the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, but as competitive as the NL Central's been, that's always a really nice thing to have in your pocket, is that tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And they've taken a nice step forward with that. Now, there's a long way to go, and there's going to be ups and downs, but you love to have that right at the start.
Yeah. And that's where I think, a lot of people say, well, it's early, for division. But yeah, when we may be looking at these May games when it comes to September.
Right. A win in May is worth just as much as a win in September.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously it doesn't feel that way at the time when you get to get to September, but it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We got to play a little catch up here. So we got to take another break. We got to take 2 more breaks before we wrap up this thing. But we're going to take a break now. We'll be back, and then we'll get to picks at the back end of the program. So we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. We are actually broadcasting live from the Kasper Cave on this Friday. For the next few Fridays and such, we're going to be doing the program from my man cave, courtesy from Tanglewood Greens in Menominee, which Brandon and myself are actually going to hit up here in in a little bit and checking it out. So big thanks to Tanglewood Greens for becoming a new partner of ours for the station and the program. Before we get to picks, which we will get to here in just a little bit, just another reminder that tonight's Brewers game, 7:10 first pitch. It's a little bit later. A little bit of a later
I
one,
mean, because I think I forget it was this year or last year, the Brewers moved up all of their home starts a half hour, which I really like.
I do too.
The 6:40, midweek games.
Yep.
I really like that. But that's, when they're on the road, they're not as, privy to that. So
exactly. So coverage will begin 35 minutes prior on your radio dials at 105.1 FM and 790 AM. I might have to bring the new kind of camera with us golfing and do some stuff. That's this one right there. Yeah. With the new mic thing, too. It's fancy. It's got... there's a word for it, starts with a G, but I'm not going to even attempt to try to say it because I can't.
Google Plata.
Sure. But it can track your movement. So, like, when you move, the camera follows you. Yeah.
Kind of freaky.
It is. But might be kind of cool for golf.
Yeah.
To see that. So, might have to bring it along and play with it a little bit and see how this goes. So, and then just embarrass ourselves on the course. So, how many times have you golfed this year? Oh, the fact that you're thinking about it already is just
4.
Okay.
That's not a lot.
Man, I haven't even swung a club in the backyard yet.
I've actually kind of gotten worse. Honestly, the first time I went out this spring was the best 18 hole round I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten
well, it's because you probably weren't.
Oh no, I hadn't swung a club. I hadn't picked up a club since last October.
Yeah.
And I know I'm just when
I feel. I'm preaching to the choir for a lot of people on this thing. It's just you feel like you don't have time. I want to do fishing. I want to do this, but we got baseball. We got to do this. We got to do that. We got to do. It's like, come on now. But high school, you had all the time in the world. It felt like, you can golf almost every day and do all this.
Especially once it was the summer. It was like, well, if you got a job, obviously that's something. But then it's like, other than that,
Yep. But. No, it should be a good day. I'm excited
I think so.
to get on the course.
Weather looks like it's going to be good, like not super hot, but like good.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So definitely with the heads up from Brett, I do have plenty of golf balls.
I do.
If I lose a majority of them, I should quit.
And that's my thinking, too, because I have a good amount of golf balls in my bag. If I get to the point where I'm really scrounging around to try to find them, I'll just meet you at the bar.
Yeah, that's I don't know why. I don't know why I had a box in there. This is like one of the things when you're done golfing for the year and then you don't take the bag out till the next year. You're like, there's an old bottle of water in there. And I'm like, I don't know where that came from. How did I get a box of Pro V1s? I don't know where they came from. I don't know where they came from.
I was expecting you to pull out an old beer can like you did from your softball bag that one time.
That was funny, wasn't it? Oh, my gosh. Crusty batting gloves and everything. Oof. But I don't know where that box of Pro V1, where I got that from.
Hey, it's like finding a $20 bill in your pocket.
I'm trying to think, did I do an outing last year besides I don't know where it came from. But yeah, they're Pro V1, so
you're
somebody
fine.
might be finding a bunch of Pro V1s later on today if you're golfing over there. So just a heads up, but all right. But yeah.
I have a few golf balls, though, I can't use.
Okay.
Because they're special golf. I'll show them to you. They're special for one reason or another. There's a certain place I have to use them.
Okay.
That's why.
I got
But they're in my bag.
I got you. So might have to do something. I think we kind of toyed with this for our classic, like finding a golf ball, like you or I, like have a special one. We just like hit it in the woods, and if you find it, you get like something or something.
Right. Because that was one of the things I suggested was like, custom golf balls for you. And you're like, well, you kind of lose them. I'm like, yeah, but it's like constant advertising.
That's true. That is true. So I'm still looking for that good idea of what to give for everybody to sign up. I'm still, I don't want anything too chintzy, but it can't be really expensive either.
Right.
So I'm trying to find a happy medium.
Thoughtful.
Yeah, something that happy medium. So,
Mhm.
I don't know if that gentleman John is still listening, but if he's still serious about dressing up as our Winston Bigfoot mascot, hey, man,
Otherwise, I would be willing to.
we might have to take turns.
Yeah, make a John. I mean,
Yeah.
no one. I mean, that's a long day if one person's doing it.
And I was talking to our mutual friend Josh about this. He's like, well, I'm like, hey, we can make this fun.
It'll be okay.
We can make it like a real Bigfoot thing. Spot him, take a picture, post, tag me and Brandon on, because we both have our own Facebook pages,
Yeah.
and we'll collect them all and pick a winner, whoever has the best shot of Bigfoot in the wild. Right?
Just some grainy picture
Exactly.
of me and the Bigfoot. Like, yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to do something like that. Like, whoever has the best capture of Bigfoot.
If I was doing it, people would see like me walking out there like a beer in my
Yeah.
face as Bigfoot.
Yeah, we got to have fun with this. And I think if we say you got to take a picture and then you got to tag me or Brandon or both, ideally both.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get notifications on that. We'll collect them, and whoever's got the best photo, or if it's a tie, we'll just randomly pick.
Yeah.
I think that's what we got to do. We got to get Winston out there.
Now I'm just trying to think of the different places I could go with that Bigfoot costume.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of excited by it.
Yeah, I am too. Hiding in the woods, and then you got to do like the whole right before they after they tee off, you kind of have to emulate Bigfoot crossing the road, do that long stride across the fairway to hurry up and scurry to the other side of the woods.
I can just see some people like coming up one. I'm visualizing a hole specifically, and then like suddenly here I am going out of a porta potty as Bigfoot.
Yeah, that would be a good one too. Yep. I think we're going to be on the upper, but if we could get the Loch Ness Monster from Hickory, put it in the river and have Bigfoot riding on Loch Ness in the Chippewa River. I wouldn't do that. I'll volunteer you to do that one, though. So
I don't know how to swim.
Oh, I know how to, so maybe I would have to.
I have to. Plus, I have to imagine trying to swim in a Bigfoot costume would not be easy.
No, especially if it's really current's going. So, all right. Enough of that nonsense. Let's take our final break, and we'll get to some picks, and we'll wrap up this Friday program coming up after these few words. I don't know about you, Brandon. I feel like this day kind of flew by this morning already. Just kind of flew by a little bit here.
Yeah.
I don't know. But somebody asked me, I was at Barbecue Fest, and they're like, well, how is 4 hours going? I'm like, it goes by quicker. July will be the interesting month. That's
that'll be that'll be kind of the month where it really I'm sure you get tested.
Yeah. But it usually happens to work out, and we never have to force feed certain topics that people may not want to, like, hey, it's not football season. And we didn't really talk about besides J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray.
Right,
so,
yeah.
Obviously, we're still, if you're a Packers fan, somebody had said something on YouTube, any news about running backs coming to Green Bay. No, there's nothing out there yet, but we'll see. Let the process play out.
Right, yep,
so.
yep.
John says he's in. So, John, it's August 7th. Ask his boss about it. That'd be awesome. Your boss could sponsor you as Bigfoot. Bigfoot presented by, or Winston, the Bigfoot presented by.
Oh, I think you're going to say you're going to put like a bumper sticker on his back or something.
We could. We could make a shirt with the logo on there, right? I mean, we could have.
Bigfoot wearing a shirt?
Yes. Hey, we don't want him naked out there.
It's true.
We don't.
I once got accosted by TC Bear at a Twins game because I asked why he doesn't wear pants.
It's a good question.
I don't trust any mascots that don't wear pants.
That's the thing. Yogi Bear.
You wear pants.
Like, why?
Winnie the Pooh. What's up with these bears not wearing pants?
Donald Duck or Daffy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, at least Donald did in Space Jam.
It's true.
Or no, Daffy.
Daffy
Daffy
did,
Daffy did in Space Jam. He wore the shorts. So,
yeah.
All right, let's get to some picks. Let's do first off tonight. Does Carolina win in advance to the Stanley Cup final?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to say yes too. Game 7 of the NBA in Western Conference. Spurs Thunder.
I'm gonna go Thunder. I went back and forth on this. I'm gonna go Thunder though.
I hope it's a good one. I hope it lives up to it, but I'm gonna go Thunder as well. So let's do some baseball games, and again, we're gonna pick the series for these. So let's do Braves and Reds.
Braves.
I'm gonna go with them. Twins Pirates.
I'm gonna go Twins.
I was gonna go Twins too.
Skeens pitched last night, so they avoid him.
Yep.
Even though he doesn't have great numbers in his career against the Cubs, which is interesting.
Yeah, he picked up the loss last night, but only gave up 1 run. But still,
yeah.
I mean, he's Padres Nationals.
I'm gonna go Padres.
Blue Jays Baltimore. Now that's one started last night. Toronto won 2-1.
Okay, so the next 3, I'm gonna go Toronto. I'm gonna say they take 3 or 4.
I'm gonna go Toronto too. Let's go Angels and Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Yep, that's that team. Boston and Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Miami and the Mets.
I'm going to go with Miami.
I'll go with the Mets. Big NL Central Series, Cubs, Cardinals.
Rain.
It's in St. Louis, too.
Yeah, I'm going to go Cardinals.
I'm going to go Cardinals, too. Detroit and the White Sox.
White Sox.
Royals, Rangers. I will go Royals. Let's go Giants, Colorado.
Giants.
Yankees, Athletics.
Yankees.
Diamondbacks, Mariners.
I'm
going to go Diamondbacks. They're playing good, too.
They are.
Phillies and the Dodgers. Interesting one now with the way Phillies are playing.
I'm going to go Phillies.
I think I am, too. Well, I don't do this. No, Sanchez will not pitch against the Dodgers, I don't think, because I think they already said he's done for the month of May. So,
yeah.
But Zach Wheeler's on the mound for Phillies tonight. Milwaukee and Houston.
I'm actually going to go Houston 2 or 3 in this one.
Okay.
I just kind of got a feeling. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to go Houston 2 or 3.
I'm going to go Milwaukee 2 or 3. Houston just won, 3 out of 4 against Texas. They won. They swept the Cubs. They got a big head, so Milwaukee's going to get her done with that. That's what I've got. That's the only reason. So, all right, those are our picks. Don't forget the Express are back in action at Carson Park on Sunday. Well, they're in action today and tomorrow in Thunder Bay, but they'll be back at Carson Park Sunday, May 31st.
Hopefully, it's a couple great days in Thunder Bay for the Express.
Yep. Yeah, and then Thunder Bay's got to follow them back because that's who they play. on.
I know you talked about this at the start of the year with Craig Toyson, but I do think it's really cool that Express are getting the chance to play a couple more Wisconsin teams. Playing Wausau a little later on this year. Obviously, they started the year with Fond du Lac. Like
they got Madison on the schedule.
They got Madison, back in the schedule. I mean, that's with obviously just with where they're situated in the divisional, they're going west for their games. But that's cool that gets that gets figured back into the mix there.
I agree. All right, Shot Clock's going to cut us off. Have an absolutely fantastic weekend. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in and hanging out with us in my man cave. We'll be back at the TDS Sports Talk studio on Monday morning, 6 a.m. Hopefully we're talking about a Brewers series win and then previewing the Brewers versus Giants to open up the month of June. 4 games. First Brewers 4-game series, right? With the Giants, I think, coming up here, too. I think.
Didn't even think of that,
Yeah. So have a good one. Talk to you Monday. Test, 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 test. Hello? 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 Okay. Can hear there. Why can't I hear through here? Test, 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 test. Why isn't it popping up? Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Test, 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 test. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Why isn't it working now? Yes. Hello.